I mean, 55 people have gotten on.
Hello?
Hi, Steve.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep. Hi, Steve. We can hear you.
Hi, everybody.
We're just working on helping Jennifer in.
Good.
Give us one more minute. Let it go. Hi, everyone. I think while we're still working through the technical issues with Jennifer, Felipe, if we could call the meeting to order, you should have the script.
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Jennifer and the Board of Corrections, our meeting today on September 14, 2021, the meeting is now in session. Jennifer, you want me to open with some opening remarks?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So again, on behalf of our chair, Jennifer, I want to address the current conditions in our jails. The board, as is everyone, is deeply concerned about the conditions for people in custody, our Department of Corrections staff, our Correctional Health Services staff, all others who are working in the jails, and those who care for them. Over the last several weeks, our Executive Director, Meg Egan, and our Chair, Jennifer, have met several times with the Commissioner Shiraldi, his executive team, and City Hall to discuss the conditions in the jails and how the board can best help address this crisis. At our board meeting today, we will have ample discussions with the Commissioner Shiraldi, to understand his plans and how the board can best aid him and all the stakeholders to address this crisis. We also must address the business of the board. Due to the changes in the open meetings law and our inability to reach a quorum for our July meeting, Those variances have been moved to today's agenda. These variances must be heard to allow to the continued operation of the jails. We know that the already difficult conditions in the New York City jails have only been made worse by the extreme challenges presented by COVID-19. And as of the end of July 2021, 35% of correctional officers were out on sick leave or restricted form from working with persons in custody, creating unsafe conditions for both staff and detained persons. There is an unfair burden on those who do work and show up every day. That isn't easing up, and the unacceptable delays in providing essential services, including medical, mental health, meals, and services to persons in custody, has gotten worse. Since November 2020, at least 5 people have died by suicide, and 5 others have died while detained on Rikers Island. There were no reported suicides at Rikers in 2018 and 2019, and most of 2020. Since our June meeting, 5 people have died held in the New York City Department of Corrections. A 34-year-old man died at GRVC on June 10, 2021. A 42-year-old man died at AMKC on June 30, 2021. A 25-year-old man died on OBCC on August 10, 2021. A 58-year-old man died at the West Facility on August 30, 2021. And a 24-year-old man died at AMKC on September 7, 2021. These 5 individuals, we extend our condolences and pain and suffering for those who have been impacted. The Board of Corrections sends our heartfelt condolences to all their families and friends, and feels that this is unacceptable. Compounding this crisis is the fact that the population of detained people has again surged and is now higher than at the pre-COVID levels. The board has called upon the continued of the has called upon all criminal justice stakeholders, the judges, district attorneys, defenders organizations, the New York State Department of Corrections, and community supervision, and the department to take immediate steps to reduce jail populations. Stakeholders, as we all know, have many available options to reduce the population safely. While none is a silver bullet, collectively, these measures can ease the tremendous pressures on the city jails. Fully utilize all pretrial release options, including appropriate releases on recognition, supervised release, and electronic monitoring. Judges, district attorneys, and the defense bar should review those currently held for motions to reconsider their immediate release. Judges, district attorneys, and the defense bars should also review their cases of those who have been held in the jail the longest to appropriately dispose of those cases. These pretrial options present the highest share of the population and thus can have the greatest impact in improving conditions and ensuring their safety. The commissioner can use his authority to release those held on city sentences. And the New York State Department of Corrections and Community Supervision can immediately stop detaining people on technical parole violations and review those currently held for release. The board will work with the criminal justice stakeholders to utilize all of these options and expeditiously de-incarcerate for their own safety and sake. As long as the population continues to rise and the staffing crisis continues, persons in custody and those who protect and work with them are in an impossible position under these troubled conditions that they will persist. It's time for all of the stakeholders to come together and address this crisis, including us at the board. The board calls on the City of New York to move with urgency to create safer environment for persons in custody and the staff that is working hard every day. Until then, we believe the situation will only get worse and result in unacceptable, unsafe conditions for persons in custody, for correction officers, and for the Department of Correctional Health Services, and many others who work within our jail system. As I've opened before, there's no doubt that the conditions are the worst they have ever been. I just went over the situation that 5 adults, 5 New York residents have died recently. Now we're going to hear from Commissioner Shirley on his plans to address this crisis and figure out how can we all support it.
Good morning. I guess Acting Chair Franco and Chair Jones Austin and the rest of the members of the board. I asked to start this meeting in order to share some information on our current challenges and specifically the crises we're facing today. As you all are aware, this agency has been confronted with several significant challenges over the last year and a half, from COVID to the loss of some of our members of service, to the death of people in our care, to violence against both staff and other incarcerated people, to the scarcity of available staff and the cancellation of programs and other services that comes with it. It's been an extremely, extremely challenging and emotional time. We want to offer our condolences to the families of our 13 staff who died of COVID during the pandemic, and to reiterate our deepest condolences to the families of the 10 people with loved ones who have passed away in DOC custody over the last 12 months. Any death of staff and any death in custody is a tragedy that we take these types of events very seriously. It is heartbreaking to work in a place where this is happening. Going forward, we'll continue to proactively notify the board and also the media of deaths in custody and, of course, loved ones. These tragic events have taken place within a much larger context of ongoing impacts of COVID-19 on our operations, provision of programming and increased population, and importantly, not just more people, but people who stay with us longer, and our very serious staffing shortages. Having the ability and support to work on yourself, to build skills, to gain connections to community-based support networks, these things are absolutely critical, not just for the success of people when they return to their communities, but also for their well-being while they're with us. Unfortunately, these things, these support networks, this engagement have been lost during COVID. We all felt in different ways, given our circumstances. Every one of us live in our lives, but incarcerated people and people who work in corrections felt it particularly hard. Our staff, in partnership with Correctional Health Services, made considerable successful efforts through the pandemic to deliver the services that we could, given the information and the science available, in a way that was safe and consistently did, for most of the pandemic, had lower infection rates than the rest of New York City, which is very, very different than what other jails and prisons around the country experienced. Most of them had several times the infection rates of their surrounding communities. Our folks put themselves and their families at risk. I have no doubt that their sacrifice saved lives. At the same time, though, we must acknowledge that it wasn't and isn't enough. That's why we're working now to bring external providers back in, to ramp up engagement, and to establish a norm of programming and support. We are going to recover, but it's going to take some time. These challenges, our ability to provide programs to people, are only made more difficult to overcome by a rising population, as you said, Commissioner Franco. Unfortunately, we're back up to over 6,000 people in custody on a daily basis. We go up and down over that 6,000 number every day. Today, it's just a little below 6. This is an increase of about 40% from where we were a year ago today, and almost 60% from our lowest population on April 29th during the pandemic. So we're well above we're even above pre-pandemic numbers, which was about 5,600. The more people in our care, the more challenging it is to reach everyone with meaningful programming. And unfortunately, as I said, it's not just more people, they're staying long. We had almost double the length of stay pre-trial of other counties around the state prior to the pandemic. And since then, that number's gone up by an additional 70%. So let me say that again. People were already staying almost twice as long pre-trial in New York City's jails as the jails in the rest of New York State. And since the pandemic, that's gone up by 70%. This was not meant to be a state prison. We have 1,500 people staying with us over a year. That's usually a state prison amount of time. This place wasn't meant to be a state prison under the best of circumstances, certainly not during this challenging time we have right now. All of these challenges require staff to address. Staff are at the heart and soul of our operations. We cannot improve safety until we're fully staffed. When staff don't show up for work, every aspect of our operations suffer. Very specifically, safety suffers. We're hiring 200 more officers, which will make a total of 600 new officers in our jail to help improve conditions. They will start 3 to 4 months of training on October 1st. DCAS has also issued a notice of intent for new correction officers to take the exam, and 2,000 people have registered for that exam so far. So that's a very high level of interest, which is heartening. We're also actively recruiting for reinstatement of uniformed staff who left service with the department in good standing within the last 4 years. They will start training on October 1st as well, but will only require 2 weeks of kind of refresher training. So they'll be available to help with our staffing issues much sooner. And we're announcing with the mayor at 10 o'clock this morning several incentives to bring folks back. We're doing all that we can to ensure the safety and well-being of those who work and live in our facilities, while nearly a third of our uniformed staff is unavailable to work on any given day. Some have called for hiring thousands of more officers, but this is not a case of underhiring. I can't emphasize that enough. When the mayor started on January 1st, 2014, New York City had 11,000 people incarcerated in our jails and 9,000 uniformed staff. 11,000 incarcerated people, 9,000 uniformed staff. Today, we have 6,000 incarcerated people and 8,400 uniformed staff. That means that in 2014, we had more incarcerated people than staff. Today, we have more staff than incarcerated people. So while it's true that we've lost some staff and our population is higher now than earlier in the pandemic, we've had overall a 46% decline in people in custody since 2014 and a 7% decline in staff from 2014. Problem isn't inadequate staffing, it's people not coming to work. I want to be careful not to paint with too broad a brush at this moment. I've had very intense conversations with my members of service about this. That when I say this, it feels like I'm saying this about all of them. I am not saying this about all of them. Some staff came to work every single day during the pandemic. Some staff got COVID, and as soon as they were better, they came right back to work. These are the people right now who are unfortunately working triples. Majority of our staff every day are hardworking people who do the right thing and come to work. These are our heroes who are working triples while others don't come to work or refuse to relieve them. These are people who show up in the morning knowing that they may very well not leave until the next morning. When we speak about public service, this is who we're speaking about. With them and the people in our care in mind, we're instituting a number of policy changes and pursuing aggressive measures to return our full staff contingent to work as quickly as we can. These efforts were summarized in our New Day DOC initiative, which is on our website. They fall into several buckets: eliminating triples, improving safety, improving morale, and productively occupying people who are incarcerated, some of which I've already talked about. In the meantime, though, things are bad. We don't have enough staff to deliver services, to escort people to their services. We're having trouble getting people to court. Both people in our care and our staff who are coming to work are suffering. If there is a silver lining to be found in this, however, it is that the absence of programming and supportive services have shown us just how important those things are in our operation. These things are not separate from safety and security. They are safety and security. We get our staff back by creating a safe environment. We get people in our custody to feel safe by making them feel cared for. We'll do both of these things by providing robust programming and engagement opportunities and strong incentives and rewards for good behavior. Working through this crisis, not just to treat its symptoms, but to treat its underlying causes. We're committing our resources to meaningful engagement and units that prioritize community. This is why we come to work every day. It's why I took the job. I came here to fundamentally change the system, not just to paint around the edges. We are still going to do that. And when we do, we won't just do it despite our challenges, we'll do it because of our challenges. I want to turn it over to FDC Richards and AC Frank to provide some more details on that critical work. I believe we'll additionally have a video to play as well. And then, of course, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner
Stanley?
Shaw. Thank you. So as Commissioner Shawley said, we're really approaching this from two angles. One is trying to address the urgency of the matter right now, and that is getting programs in two populations where we see the highest level of incidence, one with young adults, the other with mental observation, our mental observation units. We have developed a robust approach to working with young adults, and I want to talk a little bit about that today, and then turn it over to AC Frank and DC Torres. What we know is that we can't wait for the perfect plan in order to do what we need to do to address violence and engage young people. So we have developed an intensive approach to working with young people by reinstating the task force that had huge success the last time the task force was convened. The task force is made up of diverse stakeholders, including members from the Board of Corrections, defender organizations, service providers, district attorney office, a diverse set of people who are invested in ensuring our young adults have access to resources and that we provide sort of a continuum of care for young adults as they are in our custody. We created the monthly meeting where we brainstorm problems and come up with solutions. We developed a rapid response team that meets bi-weekly, starting next week, to develop a relationship with RNDC leadership and to identify issues that are experienced through our defender organizations, family members, and then to be able to respond to those kind of problems. We returned to on-unit services. DLC staff, including our external providers, are coming in, providing on-service services, individual counseling, group counseling in the various units throughout the department. We have expedited volunteer access for our providers and changed the escort requirement for our providers, being that we are experiencing staff shortage. We have allowed our providers who have our trusted providers to come in and have unescorted access so they can immediately provide services to our young adults. We launched our Young Adult Summit with King of Kings. It launched yesterday, where we convened leaders and stakeholders from our young adult community to really lay the foundation about how we handle conflict, how young people handle conflict, and how they engage in services. What we do know is when we engage young adults in a leadership way and lift up their leadership in a positive way, that we can create the kind of conditions around how people function in our facilities to allow people to participate in programs, feel good about what they're doing, and really be led by young people. We're building out a young adult model, and you'll see a video of it, and Alex will talk much more about the details of it. But we're doing something different than we've ever done before. What Eddie Ellis used to always say is, no program about us without us. And we are taking this approach with young adults where we are building out a young adult program, a young adult leadership team where they are designing their units, they're designing the services that they will need to access. They are designing and engaging providers who they have relationships with. We're including families, and we're going to be building this out as a model, including making sure our officers are part of that design team. This is about everybody who's impacted by incarceration, young adults. They're going to be designing that particular unit. And so we are moving swiftly to bring services in right now to begin to reduce violence. We are building a long-term model that we know will be sustainable because it'll be built by and for the people most impacted. And we know that those things will make a difference for our young people, which ultimately makes a difference for how the department operates. So I want to turn it over to Alex, who can go into detail about what we're doing with our young adult model program.
Thank you, FTC Richard. Thank you, Commissioner Schrawley, and to the board. Our strategy, our young adult strategy, recognizes the deep roots that we're up against and the urgency of this moment and the urgency that we need to move with. There's 5 core components to this strategy. The first is, as FTC Richard said, we're changing the way we make change. We've set in motion a strategy that's driven by young people and the staff who are going to be most impacted by the current conditions and the changes that need to happen. This includes research and planning sessions that happened in early August, where the course and the work plan was shaped by the people. And the next steps include engagement, close engagement with frontline COs and young adults weekly. We're structuring a daily routine on the inside that more closely reflects life on the outside. While young people are at Rikers, we want to ensure that their daily routine and their activities that are supporting their success are disrupted as less as possible. So the daily routine will reflect life on the outside as much as possible, including engagement in programs, workshops, school, things like that. The third is around relational safety. So we want to cultivate safety by supporting staff and supporting them in building their skills to engage with young adults in a safe and meaningful way. Staff are going to go through 2 weeks of intensive training starting in October. That training is being conducted by consultants and internal folks, and we're together going to be working with staff to build skills around conflict resilience, conflict resolution, family partnership, cultural healing, communication, and young adult development, and how all those things link together in support of young people's success. When we were doing the research meetings, one young person really summarized the power and impact of relational safety by saying, people, including staff, keep their feelings inside, and then they snap. When someone asks you how you feel, that's the best. You know they care and love you. There are people who lose their parents and no one even asks how they're feeling. So we really believe in the power of relational safety and building a culture in the unit that can be scaled that embodies this. The fourth is around architectural safety. So in addition to addressing some architectural and design concerns like fixing doors, we're also going to be working with the young adults and staff to redesign the space to reflect this model more closely, including painting, upgrading furniture, engaging an organization like Freedom Reads to install libraries that will be designed by an architecture firm. And those libraries are due to begin being installed in October as well. Family partnership, the evidence is clear that family contact improves safety. And some of what we learned during our research meetings was that a little over 80% of young adults who are incarcerated haven't seen their family since they've been incarcerated as a result of COVID and some other things. So our priority is also to engage family and community throughout. This includes not just in visitation, but also in conflict resolution, accountability practices, celebrating milestones and birthdays, and cultural and religious traditions that are important to young people. One staff member really summarized the importance of this in saying people need their families and to touch their families because they are the ones who will be there for them when they get out. So we'll really be centering that throughout this process. Much of these changes have already been, sort of set in motion with a big kickoff of the first unit that will embody all of these in October, including the staff training. And the goal is to open a second unit by the end of the year and scale. We've had the opportunity to learn from some other jurisdictions, so we have a video from South Carolina to share. Is there anything you want to?
Do we have the video queued?
Yeah, just give me 1 second, Stanley.
Thanks, Adele.
Otto, we don't have the sound.
Sorry, there's no sound.
Don't believe so.
Right.
Can we just, in the interest of time, can we,
Yeah.
while we troubleshoot this issue, can we, I think board members had questions for Commissioner Schiraldi. Can we move to that? And we can come back to the video once we figure it out?
Sure, sure.
I'll open it up to board members for comment or questions.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
First, I would like Commissioner Schiraldi for his remarks. I agree with what you said, and I think you honestly describe a situation which has developed over a long period of time, well before you began your position, but did not develop without being noticed, did not develop without the awareness of the commissioner and the mayor. I don't want to spend a lot of time assigning blame, but it is important as we analyze how to go forward that we see what was done wrong in the past. In particular, the destruction, the conscious dismantling of the young adult program with the closure of GMDC by Commissioner Brand created years of violence, which continues to increase to this day, and that did not have to happen, and it should not have happened. I'm not asking you this question, but I would like to make a comment about the city's plans going forward. All of the efforts that you described to restore the workforce seem to be in the right direction, and I endorse them, and I hope, and I'm not a prayerful person, but I pray that they happen as quickly as possible. But I do want to call upon the mayor to do his part. The mayor cannot sign less is more. The mayor, cannot force the DAs to do anything. His political capital is diminished. He's out in a few months, and more importantly, he is not in charge of the city right now. His police commissioner substantially is, and I raise this particularly because of the 6A program. The board, Jennifer and Meg met with City Hall at our request to talk about decarceration a few weeks ago. And they were told specifically, and Meg memorialized it to the board, that the mayor was committed to rapidly implementing the 6A program. They had 30 to 40 people in the pipeline, and that they were going to be released. That was on September 30th. 1 week later, on August 30th, on September 7th, at a press briefing, the police commissioner said no one should be released from the jails. And the mayor said, no one will be released from the jails, and I never meant to do that in the first place. I'm not raising this to blame the mayor. I am raising this to ask the mayor to reverse his position. It's a limited number of people in 6A, but it is the right thing to do. And you, Commissioner Schiraldi, and all of your staff, and all of the people who live on Rikers Island need every bit of help that they can get. People who are in misdemeanor status shouldn't be in jail anyway, and certainly the people that the mayor has, and you have the capacity to implement the 6A program, and it should be done immediately. Thank you.
Just one or two thoughts about that. I think there's no home runs. I've said this a number of times in this game. It's just a lot of singles that we're going to score, and I tried to put forth a balanced approach that'll bring back more staff, that'll reduce the population, that'll get programs up and running again. I think when we do all those things, we'll have less violence and better. Our staff will live better lives, and people who are incarcerated here will live better lives. I think those go hand in hand with each other. And so I as we travel that path, I try to pick the priorities that will net most of the things I want. About 90% of our population, give or take, is in pretrial waiting for their day in court. So I want to sort of swing away at that one. It's about 2 or 3% are sentenced to us, most of whom have very little time left to serve. So I'm not saying that there should be no 6A releases. I think that we should look at people individually and do what we do there, but that's this. And the sentence population is this. 2% of our population is responsible for 38% of our violence. And that 2% has been here more than 400 days. One of them's been here almost 5 years. So as I go through every day, there's way too much to do in this place to imagine I could prioritize everything. And if I prioritize everything, I end up prioritizing nothing. For us, that's the big enchilada, and 6A is the salsa on the side. I'm not saying we shouldn't have some salsa, but I think we really have to focus and not get distracted by a lengthy conversation as if that's gonna solve the problem. It's really not.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioner Schiraldi. Can you talk a little bit more about length of stay? I find incredibly disturbing that so many of our residents and Rikers are spending a year or almost a year in the facility. And I commend you for focusing on length of stay at that level. But also, if you could talk a little bit about the short length of stay. I imagine you have a lot of churning of people coming in for maybe a week or 2 weeks. And those, even though are there for a short time, tend to take a lot of effort and energy, so their own energy to adapt to the awful conditions of Rikers, but also a lot of energy from the staff. And it almost feels to me that if someone can be released in a couple of weeks, there's no reason for them to be at Rikers.
I agree.
So if you could talk more about that big number of people who come in and go out that are just taking resources away from those who really pose public safety challenges.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, Commissioner Franco. I think that's the different kind of end of the pool from the long ones is the super short ones that come and go. And there's a couple problems there that you've identified. One is they do take up a lot of resources because they have to go through clinic, they clog up the intake process. And if they're going to leave in a couple of days, it's hard to think why they came in the first place. I've now spoken to every presiding judge, and I'm about to speak to every district attorney. I've spoken to DA Vance and DA Clark, and we'll speak to DA Gonzalez tonight. And I'm making several asks of them. One is give a high priority to this small group of folks that's causing a lot of violence. Second is give high priority to anyone detained here to accelerate the case processing. But third is please, please, please use supervised release in lieu of confinement in every possible opportunity you have for people that don't need to come in the first place. And they come in, as I said, cause problems in intake, not because they're bad people, they're just too many numbers, but also they potentially bring COVID with them. And so we have to quarantine them. Quarantining is very effective and very inefficient. We have 15 people in a 50-bed unit. That's it. That unit's frozen. No one's coming into that unit and no one's going out of that unit until the quarantine's done. So we have a 50-bed unit taken up by 15 people, and you repeat that over and over again, and you start to have a very, very inefficient jail system. So I agree with, I think, the sentiment of your question, which is, please don't put them in the first place if they're just coming out in a couple of weeks. Put them on supervised release. Supervised release has an incredibly high success rate, 90%. And the supervised release programs, I've checked them out. They're really good. They're some of the New York City's best providers. It's not just supervision. They're hooking people up with services. They're just decent people to be with people, and not just like sort of, you know, kicking people in behind. They're actually trying to help people out. So it's actually a double benefit versus the harm that comes from sticking people inside Rikers for a couple of weeks.
If you could share data, I mean, I am concerned in terms of public safety too. It doesn't make any sense to expose someone who's going to be there for a couple of weeks to the violence and trauma that we're experiencing in Rikers now. I think it makes them more likely to commit crime in the future. And I think we're making our city less safe by doing that. So
Yes.
if we could get data disaggregated by week, so we could get a sense of those who are actually there for a week, for a month, and then those who are actually there longer. That would be very
We
helpful.
will provide you with that data. Just quickly on data, 9 out of 10 people who go to supervised release don't get arrested and make their court appearances. And the Center for Court Innovation has done research in the past that shows that days in Rikers Island, days in New York City's jails, not just Rikers, increase recidivism rates, even when you hold other factors equal. So, you know, worse if you come in. Some people got to come in. I get it. But if you don't have to come in, it's a very successful alternative that the city has put money into that's available today. But yes, we'll get you that other data.
Commissioner, good morning, and thank you for your remarks. And I was nodding as you were speaking and agreeing with basically all that I heard. And I guess the question that I have, or what I'd like to hear a bit more of, is I think you're having all of the right conversations. And I'd like to hear a bit more about how they're going and what more we can do to help move this work that you've just been speaking of forward.
So one thing I'll say is that, you know, when you're on the inside of a system like this, and I think several of the commissioners have been, you have been, you feel like you're the good guy. And when people put pressure on you, you sometimes react in a way that makes people wonder, why are you reacting this way, right? Because your job, Commissioner Sherman, and the legislature's job, the mayor's job, all these people's job is to put pressure on us so we do better. And it feels bad when you're on the inside, when you're busting your butt, and working all these hours, and you're trying this and you're trying that. But you have to do that. And I know my staff is sitting in a different room right now. I'm sure several of them are saying, why is he saying this? But you have to kick us in the behind and push us. We are decent people and we're going to try, but sunshine's the best antiseptic. You are the source of sunshine in our system. So the number one thing I think is keep putting the pressure on. I would say, you know, we did New Day DOC. As I said, it had several elements to it. We did a report card on it. Many of them were successful. I think the biggest area of challenge still is getting people to come back to work and figuring out really who is still working for us. It's difficult to know what portion of that 32% still actually considers themselves an employee of DOC and who does not. I suspect that when we actually finally get around to knocking on all their doors, some of them are going to hand us their guns and badges and say, thanks a lot, I don't work there anymore. And I will have to then, and the unions asked for this, and I'm not saying no, I'm just not saying yes yet. I'm going to have to sort of factor that into, do we need more people? So we're having, and I thank him for it, the monitor's doing a post analysis right now. It's a staffing analysis. How many people do we need to effectively run this jail? It's going to be a massive amount of information. And when one does a staffing analysis of this type, which I had done in DC when I ran juvie, you build in a relief factor. And that relief factor is how many people do you need to run a jail? Then you add on top of that, how many people are on vacation, how many people are sick, how many people are this, how many people are that. Ours will be a ridiculous number now because so many people are unavailable to work. So as he's doing his post analysis, we've got to make sense of that. So at the end of it, I will actually know how many people we have to hire. We have to hire more people. I'm going to go to the mayor. I'm going to go to the board and say we need more. The city council, that is. And I'm going to say we need more people. So I think that if you were to, other than the actual outcomes, which are terrible right now, if you were to shake my tree and say what you need to do, it's figure out who works for you, who's coming back, who's not coming back, what combination of encouragement and discipline is going to get them come back. There is no one thing, as I said in my response to Commissioner Cohen. It's a series of interlocking things. So some of it is going to be disciplining people for AWOLing, but some of it's going to be rewarding people for coming to work, rewarding people from going from one jail to another to help their colleagues, encouraging people, telling them you think that they're important to the work, getting them to believe. I don't believe we will discipline our way out of this any more than society was successful in imprisoning its way out of crime during mass incarceration. I think that's a failed strategy. And I feel the same way about my staff on that. We can't just punish people, particularly Black and brown people, because remember, the majority of our staff are people of color, majority of staff are women. And it troubles me to think that all we're going to do is focus on punishment. We're not going to exclusively focus on punishment. I need my people to believe in our mission and come to work. When they do, that's when we'll be in a better place, not just because they're scared to stay home because we're catching it.
And Commissioner Vin, I'd like to add to answer Jackie's question. We need your partnership. The board has expertise in a number of areas that we are addressing right now, and we need your partnership. We're inviting your partnership. I agree with Commissioner Schiraldi. Your role is to be the light, and we're inviting you to be the light and to be a partner in helping us resolve some of these issues. These are long-standing, entrenched issues that's going to require all of us to lean in. And I know as a former board member, this board is committed to leaning in, and we look forward to that kind of partnership. Felipe is on the Young Adult Task Force. Steve and Bobby have expertise on our healthcare and mental health, and we're going to lean into that and look forward to the partnership.
Commissioner, you or your staff, could you talk a little bit more about families and connectedness? You alluded to it as part of, or actually Alex alluded to it as part of a safety, but it's also an essential element to prevent suicide. So what are we doing to make sure that people don't feel isolated in the island in a moment where many of us feel isolated because of the pandemic?
Stanley, do you want to handle that response? I think particularly you guys are doing quite a bit of work with the young adults, but answer it in whatever way you think best responds to Commissioner Franco's question.
Yeah, thank you, Felipe. Families are going to be a critical component to the work we do with young adults, mental health, and overall for the people who are incarcerated. We understand that the men and women who are incarcerated are not individuals that go home without connection to family. So everything we're doing with our young adult programming, with our overall programming, is going to include family. The model we're building out with young adults, when we launch it, will include visits by their family members to see what's going on with their loved ones, to be part of the experience of seeing the young ones engage in services. And so families is a big part of what we're going to be doing. We've opened up visits on a limited basis. We are really looking at how do we use the family connection to strengthen what happens both in facilities and when people go home. All of our providers, the targeted approach providers, the mock J reentry providers, are providers that are going to provide a continuum of care. We can't work with young folks and folks who are incarcerated without working with their families, many of whom are stressed and don't have the resources or information to care for their loved ones when their loved ones come home. So there's a role that our contracted providers will be playing with family members to ensure that families have access to the resources and have the kind of stability in order to welcome people home when they come home from incarceration. Francis or Alex, you want to add anything to that?
The only thing I'll add is part of the young adult strategy and this training that staff will get includes 2 solid days of family partnership, including supporting staff to prepare them to have conversations with young people about their families, to help them really identify a broad definition of family that can be included, how to include family in processes around accountability and goal setting, and answering some big life questions of, you know, who am I and what are my goals for myself? So that'll be a big part of the staff training, because we know that, you know, staff are who young people and incarcerated people wake up and see every day, and we want them to be well equipped to be able to have those kinds of conversations. And
Felipe, part of the task force that you're participating in, you could see the kind of training that we're going to do and how we're going to involve family. Any detail you want to see around that, we're more than willing to share with you.
Thank you. I mean, I know Jennifer and I have talked about this in the past. I mean, I will share. And I learned this some 20 plus years ago when we developed Bodega La Familia at Bureau Institute of Justice. Families are going to need a lot of support. I mean, many of these individuals have created harm and challenges in their loved ones. And I think it's important to have an inside-outside strategy where the social service community in New York City step up to support families to amend some of the harm that maybe the inmates have created in the past. So let's keep on talking, but let's not forget about those who are outside, because they're the biggest source of support for those inside.
Yeah, and we have a point of contact that we could expand and increase the level of contact, and that's through our visits. Many family members come to visit, and that could be a point of engagement where we're leveraging DOC and provider resources to ensure those families have resources. I've been in contact with Osborne. Osborne has a robust family engagement program around visitation. And so we're going to be building that out, and we'd love to talk to you about further building that out and implementing it.
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Steve.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. I'm trying to, perhaps Stanley or Vinny have said this before, but just would like to sort of beat it out, which is of the officers, what percentage have had the vaccine? And in addition to that, how do you see it in the future? And I'm thinking right now how the schools are opening and what we've gone through there, and certainly, you know, similar things in the state and in the country. So the question is, how are we viewing that, and what is the reality there?
Yeah.
That, you know, if the illness doesn't know between somebody who's an officer or somebody who's been in jail because of this reason or that reason.
Mm-hmm. Chief Stokes.
Yes, good morning, everyone. With regards to our staff members, this data is as of 9/7. 45% of our staff has received at least one dose of the vaccine. And as of 9/7, the data reports that there has been 37% of our staff members who have had both doses, who are fully vaccinated. It is an increase from the previous month of August. In August, we had 37% of our staff with at least one dose, and we had 32% of our staff who was fully vaccinated.
And what is our goal going forward?
Our goal
And how
going
long
forward
will it
is to encourage all of our staff members, inclusive of our persons in custody, to get vaccinated. That is done via many of our messaging on our homepage, our intranet, encouraging staff to get vaccinated. In addition to, we have set up sites where we provide vaccinations to our staff on Rikers Island at the George Martin Detention Center by affiliated services, so it's convenient for them to get vaccinated either on their day off if they choose to, or prior or at the end of their tour. We pilot vaccination sites at our off-island facilities, which is the Vernon C. Band Center, giving staff at that facility the ability to get vaccinated. We set up mobile units at our Perry Center, where staff have the ability to get vaccinated upon entry into Rikers, where staff members go to get connection to their route bus, which takes them to their facility. We continue to message to staff the importance of vaccination, just not for their own safety, but for public safety and for the safety of persons that they're coming in contact with in custody. It is an ongoing messaging that we do with regards to staff, and just like many of New Yorkers and other citizens, there's some hesitancy regarding getting the vaccination. However, we continue to push and educate and message the importance of being vaccinated in our efforts to prevent continued spread of COVID.
And we worked with the New York City Vaccine Center to add scheduled in-home vaccinations. So folks who want to get themselves and their family vaccinated could use that resource and schedule in-home vaccination. So we're taking this really serious. We're encouraging staff. We have a videotape by Dr. Fauci talking about the way New York City DOC handled the COVID breakout and encouraging people to get vaccinated. So we're doing multiple approaches to try to increase the number of people who are vaccinated.
If I may
forcing people to have it, is that on the agenda? Is that something that we have thought about and rejected, or something we're still thinking about? Because it unfortunately, there's too much garbage out there, and people are fearful, and they should be fearful of not doing it for many, many reasons, which I think most of us would agree.
I just want to endorse Steve's position, and the city's position is that you get vaccinated or you get tested every week. That includes the police department. I hope that the Department of Correction is implementing the same program.
Yes, that is. We are implementing that same policy. That's us.
And we had a bump up in staff getting vaccinated when we implemented it too. So that was a good sign, and we're continuing to aggressively try to get people get vaccinated while requiring them to at least get tested or vaccinated. We absolutely are doing that.
Are there other questions or comments? it looks like we aren't able to actually play the video with sound through the WebEx meeting. So Vinnie, Stanley, if that's okay with you, if you want to email it to me, I will send around to the board members so that they can all view and listen to the sound. There are other questions on this? Okay. I believe we can, Felipe, I believe we can move to the next item, which will be presentation of the variances and public comments. Unfortunately, yep, go ahead.
So
Jennifer, you're cutting it.
a little difficult
We can't hear you.
to
I think we've lost.
So on behalf of the chair,
Can't hear me.
make sure we move on. Now we can, Jennifer.
Jennifer, we lost you. We didn't hear anything that you said. I'm sorry. Okay. So I believe Jennifer has a commitment for her day job and will have to leave shortly. So Felipe is going to chair the rest of the meeting.
Okay, so on behalf of Jennifer and everyone at the board, we are now, will hear public comments on 5 variances requested by the Department of Correction. The first one, a limited variance request on the review of the use of restraints in punitive segregation. Number 2, a limited variance on the secure variance, a limited variance on the young adult ESH unit, a limited variance on commingling, and a limited variance on separation status. We will now ask the department to present these variances before we take on public comments.
Thanks, Felipe. I will give an overview and then I will turn it over to the department. As Felipe mentioned, the department is requesting 5 variances. The first is from section 626G of the new restrictive housing rule. This variance is to address an oversight in drafting, which sets out the process in that section, which sets out the process for reviewing individuals in restraints. The intention of the rule was to apply the 7-day review process for the use of restraints in adults in ESH level 1. It was not intended to apply to those held in the PSEG units. To correct that error, the department is requesting a variance to exempt them from the 7-day review requirement in PSEG. However, the 7-day review requirement remains in ESH level 1, and this issue will cure itself on November 1st when the department is required to end the use of non-individualized restraints. The second variance is the secure variance, which the board first approved in May of 2016. This variance exempts the department from having to comply with minimum standard 1, section 105B, and allows the department to limit blackout for young adults in the secure unit to 10 hours instead of the normal 14 hours. The variance also exempts the department from having to comply with minimum standard section 108F, allowing the department to provide legal resources in the secure unit rather than the library. The board's rules on restricted housing incorporate secure into the department's risk management accountability system, which will be implemented by November 1st, at which point this variance will no longer be necessary. Based on board staff analysis of the department's young adult secure monthly reports, the number of placements into the secure unit dropped markedly between May and June before then rising again in July. There were 14 placements into the unit in July, the highest number of placements observed in the past 2 years. We also found that the recommendations for progression of the 28-day review have decreased. From December of progression fell during this period compared to the previous 7-month period when 85% of reviews led to a recommendation for progression. Third variance is a request to renew a variance to continue to house young adults in the enhanced supervision housing units. The department will again, once RMAS is implemented, this variance will no longer be needed. As of August 27th, 2021, there were 459 young adults in DOC custody and 19 young adults in ESH. All the young adults housed in ESH were housed in level 2. As of August 27th, 2021, the average length of stay for young adults housed in the ESH unit was 63 days. The minimum length of stay was 21 days, and the maximum length of stay was 105 days. 13 of the young adults who were housed in the ESH unit had been in the unit for more than 30 days. 7 of the young adults who were housed in the unit on August 27th had been in the unit for more than 100 days. Fourth variance is a request to commingle 19 to 21-year-olds with adults under limited circumstances. 18-year-olds with 18-year-olds with adults in new admission quarantine housing and 18-year-old women in the Rose-M Singer Center. According to the board staff analysis, the department has made and sustained notable progress in housing young adults in accordance with the minimum standard and active variance. In 2021, 95 to 99% of young adults have been housed in accordance with the conditions in the active core experiences. Since December 15th of 2020, 75% to 85% of 18 to 21-year-old men have been housed in RMDC. According to the commingling determinations provided by the board, most commingling requests were made because young adults were either involved in or subject to violence and eligible for protective custody, but unable to be safely housed in a young adult protective custody unit, or were transferred into a commingled housing area with less than 14 hours of blackout time, like ESH. For those young adults commingled under the variance, the department submitted programming plans for 19 of the 20 young adults included in its determination reports from March 1st to August 16th of 2021. In advance of the March 2021 variance renewal vote, board staff raised questions about the department's development of the individualized behavior support plans, which appear to involve different kinds of staff and varied templates. The department appears to have made some progress on this front. 11 of 19 plans that submitted to the board between March 1st and August 16th were developed using the individual support plan template. The fifth and final variance request from the department is to renew a variance from 13 distinct minimum standards to continue operating the separation status unit, which is a highly restrictive housing area created to house people who have had a positive body scan or refuse to be scanned. The current active variance was renewed at the May 2021 meeting. Since then, there have been 2 placements, one in May and one in August, bringing the total number of individuals who have spent time in the separation status unit to 96. Since this variance was originally passed, board staff have noted that people without appropriate training had been scanning and placing individuals into the separation status unit in the most recent placements. However, board staff found that the department staff involved were sufficiently trained. I will now turn it to DOC to present their 5 requests.
May, could you please provide all that information publicly so that people can be able to see what you said? Post it on our website.
Yeah, we will figure out how to post on the website.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I will formally request the variance on behalf of the department. The first variance being BOC Minimum Standard Section 6-26G 7-day review, restraints in punitive segregation. The second variance, limited variance, request to BOC Minimum Standard Section 1-05 lock-in and Section 1-08 law library with regards to the secure unit. Third, limited variance request to BOC Minimum Standard Section 1-16C1, letter II, young adults in ESH. Next, limited variance request to BOC Minimum Standards Section 1-02C, sex housing people ages 19 to 21 with people over the age of 21 in certain circumstances. And lastly, vote limited variance request to BOC Minimum Standards Section 1-03C through D, J, personal hygiene 1-04B, 2 to 3 single occupancy, including storage and desk space. Lock-in, Section 1-06 recreation, 1.07C religion, 1.08 F4 law library access, 1.08 G 2-4 legal documents and supplies access, 1-09 C through D F visiting, 1-11 C through D correspondence, 1 through 12 D incoming packages, 1 through 13 A through C publications, and 1 through 14 A through B access to media separation status.
Thank you. We will now turn to public comment. I'm going to help Felipe manage public comment. I just want to note on quorum, I've gotten a couple of questions in the last few minutes. James Carino is on the phone. James, can you just acknowledge yourself that you're here and present for quorum purposes of quorum?
Okay, James Carino, board member, present 10 a.m.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Benny Basio. Is Benny with us?
I do not see him logged in.
Okay. The second speaker is Danielle Gerard. Sorry, I should have read the instructions. Let me just quickly. So when I call each person's name, when you hear your name, raise your hand using the hand icon below the participants list on the WebEx screen. If you don't see the participants list, click on the silhouette of a person on the menu at the bottom of your screen. Once you open the participants list, you should see the hand icon in order to raise your hand. When you raise your hand, we will unmute you, and you will be able to turn on your video. You can then begin your public comment. I will tell you when it has been 3 minutes, and we will move to the next speaker. You should limit your comments to the requested variances. We will also hold a general public comment at the end of the meeting. We also welcome written comments. You can email written comments to boc@boc.nyc.gov or mail to our new office address, 2 Lafayette Street, 12th floor, room 1221, New York, New York, 1007. Adel, do we have Danielle?
No, we do not have Danielle Gerard.
Okay. Do we have Sarita Dafferty?
Yes. 1 second.
Right.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank the board and Commissioner for the information you have provided so far this morning.
Sarita, I'm sorry. You're awfully soft. Can you speak up or?
Yes, I will. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Try to...
Yeah, I'm here.
Sarita?
Yes, I'll try to speak louder.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I want to thank the board and the department for the information provided this morning. And I also think it is, we are no longer in the moment where the board is unaware or anyone in the department or the general public is unaware that there's a crisis at Rikers. So in regard to the variances, I want to urge the board, and I'm sorry to back up, I'm a co-director of Freedom Agenda and a member of the Jails Action Coalition. The board should deny every variance requested by the department and should issue official notices that the department is in violation of every single one of its minimum standards. I think that is not in conflict with what Commissioner Schiraldi urged the board to do, to be the sunlight, the oversight that is needed, and to acknowledge the crisis in the jails in every possible way. There are two things that are driving this crisis. It is judges' overwillingness to let people language in jail, and it is COBA's work stoppage. The board should publicly condemn the police commissioner for repeatedly lying to the public about bail reform and the impact of COVID-related releases. As Bobby noted, if the police commissioner is the person running this city, then the board should tell the public that that person is lying to them. The board should also call on the Department of Investigation to investigate the mass absenteeism and work stoppage encouraged by COBA. And while we have been grateful for the support and the partnership of the board on many things, I think it is past time for the board to recognize what COBA is and what it is not. COBA is a mass incarceration lobbying group. They are not interested in the best interests of their members. Otherwise, they would support release efforts. Instead, they are joining the police commissioner to try to scare the public. Every time the board has treated COBA as a legitimate entity, you have unintentionally fed into the crisis that is happening in the jails right now. Again, we all need to be ready to call COBA what they are. They are a mass incarceration lobbying group, and they are more interested in promoting incarceration and growing their numbers than protecting their members. I want to end by just saying that this board, there are options for decarceration. The commissioner walked through some of them. The board has been, urging around some of them. But in the spirit of the sunlight that the board must provide, we should all be clear that the commissioner can do the releases himself. If the NYPD commissioner can take his own initiative separate from the mayor, we need to be clear that the 6A law, unless we are mistaken, and if so, the board should say that, the 6A law provides the commissioner the power to do those releases himself. And the mayor may try to interfere, but that power rests with the commissioner. The city council also approved a conditional release commission last year that the board should follow up on and figure out how that's another avenue for the city council to be engaged in the process of releases for people who are city sentenced. Consistent with what the commissioner said, that will not be the whole picture. It's a pretty small number of people, but it should be pursued. And just lastly, I mean, the board has to be clear that the board cannot accept and the public cannot accept a jail system that spends nearly $500,000 per year per incarcerated person, but can't keep their unit staffed, can't provide them food and basic necessities, and can't keep them alive. So the board, again, should be denying all of these variances, declaring the department in violation, and doing what is needed to support decarceration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roger Clark. Is Roger with us?
No, Roger Clark.
Okay, thank you. Kayla Simpson?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Go
Good
ahead.
morning. I'm Kayla Simpson. I'm a staff attorney at the Legal Aid Society's Prisoners' Rights Project. It is good to see you all. I hope you're well. First, I couldn't begin this morning without noting the strangeness of discussing variances to depart from minimum standards at a time when the current conditions in the jails are so far below not just the standards themselves, but also just basic principles of how we treat human beings. I mean, we're having this meeting a week after the most recent death in custody of our client, Asias Johnson. And, we've objected to these variances many times, but the current circumstances in the jails put them in extra sharp relief today. These requests read like we're living in an alternate universe of business as usual. And frankly, That makes it difficult for us and respectfully for you to properly evaluate them. Take the secure unit. The department says it's providing structured recreation, discusses the provision of therapeutic and supportive programming, and asserts the opportunity to enroll in educational services in the form of learning packets. Do any of us believe that those services are happening with any regularity at all? And the same is true about young adult ESH. The variance request discusses individual support plans, self-guided programming packets, and counseling and social services available through a service request slip system. Those facilities are in GRVC. Those units are in GRVC. Every single defender agency, the board, is receiving reports about conditions in GRVC right now. 4B is a young adult level 2 ESH unit. And we've heard reports that the unit has lingering ash and smells like smoke from a fire set there weeks ago. The young adults there are still reporting trouble breathing. Do we think that they're engaging in ISPs and programming packets? The fire was likely set in protest of a lack of basic services. Do we think they're getting the lockout, programming, and social services upon which these variance requests are predicated, because historically the board would not grant these variances without conditions like these because of concern about harm to young adults? And I just also want to note one final critical note about young adult ESH. The department's request celebrates an end to young adult ESH level 1 in April. But where did those young adults go? Level 2? From the request, I don't think so. Later in the letter is one sentence that says that young adults are being placed into general population in NIC with 14 hours of daily lockout for offenses that would have qualified for level 1 ESH. But general population at NIC for challenging young adults is typically and traditionally meant the kennels in NIC, which is the inspiration for the impending RMAS level 1. And that begs serious questions. Are those young adults being placed in units that are functionally RMAS level 1 units without the access to representation to which the new rules entitle them? When the letter claims 14 hours of daily lockout, does it mean the cage outside of a cell that we have discussed and decried in this forum? That seems like a startling lack of transparency. And who is monitoring the conditions for those young adults in NIC? Legislators visited them just yesterday and found them horrifying. More than ever, these requests do not present a reality-based approach to addressing serious, complex challenges in the young adult population and within a system in abject crisis, and the board should deny them.
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Minister Dr. Victoria Phillips, Dr. B. Busy, I should say. Excellent.
Hello, why is my camera disabled? Can you hear me? Or is that disabled too?
We can hear you. Adel is, Ms. B should have the ability to turn on her camera, shouldn't she?
Yes.
Now I do. I had to speak up about it. There you go. Peace and blessings, everyone. Good to see you all back after such a good summer. Unfortunately, not for all. I'm Minister Dr. Victoria Phillips, a member of the Jails Action Coalition and many others. I won't waste no time. I want to start off first putting on the record once again. In June, I raised this issue with the board, and now I'm bringing it up. Incarcerated individuals have no access to reach out to you. Those numbers that you keep giving out are faulty. They do not work. And once again, I put in the chat this morning while I was on the phone with someone from jail who repeatedly wasted his time and being told the numbers are not valid. And then one has an extension you're supposed to add. And I've already explained back in June, you can't do any extensions from jail. 800 numbers, no extensions. The board should be clear on that. So stop giving people faulty information. And that for that reason alone, you shouldn't pass any variance today because you haven't heard directly from the people. And so that leaves me, how many board members have visited the jails throughout this summer? See, no one can call to speak to you. You're short-staffed. So how often are you going to these jails? How many times have you visited? How was your summer? How many bottles of water were you able to go grab while people were missing access to water, missing access to soap, missing access to basic needs that we all need during this pandemic to stay healthy? that part, right? And I just want to be clear, the acting chair, Franco, he read multiple names. In June, I directly asked the chair, Chair Austin, how many more lives will die on her hand? And acting chair Franco today read how many names that have died since this board has gotten together. You canceled July's meeting for whatever reason, although you know about all meetings ahead of time. Once again, the chair cannot stay for whatever reason an entire meeting. That in itself, you should not vote on any variance. How many meetings has this chair missed in its entirety this year alone? This year alone. But we've had 10 people die around DLC. Why is she still chair if she can't play her job? That needs to be said on the record. Yesterday, lawmakers visited Rikers Island. Yes, they seen all the things we've told you countless times before. Countless times before. You should all be calling for a decrease in the system. Why? So that commissioner can do his job, FDC can do his job and get the jails together, get the drugs out, get the officers back, so that all minimum standards can be adhered to. We can't expect officers to do something when they have no tools to do it. You're the oversight. Oversee this work. Make sure it happens. Please do it before someone else dies. Make sure you vote when you hear the people from the inside and not a second before. All variances must be thrown out today. Get it together. You lost another life last week. Peace and blessings.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. That concludes our first public comment period. Felipe, I will turn it to you for our first variance vote. This was on the PSAG 7-day review of restraints.
Meg, I need your help. So now we're gonna move into turning to the vote on the department.
Turn to the vote. Yep. Page 11.
Okay. And the first one would be regarding the 7-day review of restraints in PSEG. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. So now we're gonna ask the board to move on the vote to request the variance. Who's gonna second the motion? Thank you, Jackie. So let's open the floor for debate.
Did we have a second to the motion? Jackie moved. Do we have a second to open debate?
Meg, is it true that that none of the programs that are required for the secure are being provided?
Can we take we're going to go to secure next. Can we take the votes in order?
I'm sorry. What are we voting on now?
We're moving now, Bobby, to regarding the variance of the 7-day review of restraints in PSEG.
So we have a motion. Can we get a second to open debate?
James Perino, second.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, James.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments for the department on this variance?
Can we get further clarification from the department what they mean by the 7-day review of restraints and PSEG back corrections? And what is the intent behind it?
That was a question for the department?
Yes, please. I mean, what is it that we...
The restraints in PSEG?
Yes,
I turn it to the
I would take the question. This is Chief Stu speaking. With regards to the 7-day review of persons who are in punitive segregation, the 7-day review determines that we review a person who's in punitive segregation, but not for the original violation where they were found guilty at a adjudication hearing that placed them in punitive segregation. During the 7-day review, we review the person's actions while in punitive segregation after their initial adjudication. And if there's no specific reasons that would preclude them being reintegrated into less restrictive housing or into general population, there is a submission of a document by the facilities warden who makes a recommendation, and at the conclusion of that recommendation, that document is forwarded to the chief of security, who makes the final determination based on the review and the supporting documentation as to whether that person will remain in punitive segregation for the duration of the time imposed during the adjudication hearing, or do we allow that person an early release from punitive segregation to at least less restrictive housing unit or into general population.
And this is something that the department is doing, not mandated by the board. This is something that the department is doing to demonstrate both our commitment to addressing behavior in a way that is conducive to increase safety for officers and incarcerated people, and give people an opportunity to build their way back into general population. And so this is something that we're implementing to continue to try to manage behavior in the department.
Stanley, the department had committed to decreasing the number of people in punitive segregation during the process leading up to RMAS. According to the latest data we've received in the board book, it is increasing. Could you explain that and how we're going to, and how, this period, if you could explain.
Yeah, that data is point in time data. We have updated data. As you know, it ebbs and flows, but Stephen can give you the updated.
Yeah, Dr. Cohen, it's a good question. This is Stephen Kaiser, Executive Director of Policy and Intergov. I believe what you're referencing is a snapshot data that we've included in our PSAG reduction monthly reports as required by the rules. I should also note this 15-day PSAG review process that the department implemented began just at the end of August. I believe August 31st were the first reviews. So that data that you have wouldn't capture the effects or the early effects of this process. And we are still fine-tuning this process. We hope it will get more people out of PSAG, but our numbers today are below where they were last reported. I believe we're in the low 80s today of people currently in punitive segregation housing, and that includes people that would be in RHU as well.
Yes, as the population has been growing, as you can see, as Stephen said, we're in the low 80s. As we just topped 6,000 people in custody.
Not 80. This is Chief Stoops. The census today for punitive segregation, inclusive of RHU, which is punitive segregation, is 57, and in RHU is 16. That is that's 73 individuals total in punitive segregation RHU. That is 57 in punitive segregation, and that is 16 persons in RHU.
That's as of today.
That's as of today's data.
Yeah.
Chief and Stanley, I mean, what percentage of the folks who are reviewed within 7 days are actually making it out of PSAG?
This is Chief Stu speaking. As we mentioned, this is new. We just recently started, so there are nuances that we are working out. We just started like late August. So I'm unable to give you definitive percentage of persons that are being released as it pertains to the reviews. However, I know with certainty that we have released approximately between 4 to 5 individuals.
Is that more than it used to be? And will the variance increase the likelihood of people being out of PSEC? Or, I mean, Stanley, can you talk about how this, within the big picture of safety and motivating good behavior, how is this going to work?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can we, I think Stephen should give a little more information and clarify the difference between the voluntary 15-day review process that the department took on because we want to reduce the number of people in PSEC and the 7-day variance that we're asking for.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm sure as the board knows, this provision in the new rulemaking was intended to apply for ESH level 1, and that we fully complied with that provision, and we're doing 7-day reviews in ESH level 1. From discussion, it was not intended to apply to PSEG, and that is why we are requesting this variance. With that background, though, still the department decided to pursue a 15-day review process in punitive segregation. Our review looks at slightly different things. Instead of just whether or not you've committed an act of violence or there is specific intelligence that you're going to commit violence, we're also looking at your specific behavior in that 15-day period.
Yes.
And I will note the bar is set, it's not set incredibly high. You basically have to refrain from violence. You can't splash staff. You can't be involved in sexual misconduct or setting fires. But it is that level of misbehavior that would disqualify you from moving out. But that's what the 15-day review process looks at. So instead of spending 30 days based on an infraction or up to 30 days, now at the 15-day mark, as long as you're meeting that bar, meeting those rules and expectations, and it is our expectation that you would be moved out at that 15-day mark. And again, we are still fine-tuning this process, as the chief said, to date, and we just started at approximately 2 weeks ago. We've moved at least 5 people out, and I think we've reviewed over 20 people. So people are being recommended and moving. It's our hope over the next month and period of time until RMAS is implemented that more people will move out and that rate will increase. And just to note, we're also providing an orientation form to folks when they're placed in the unit, which spells out exactly the expectations and exactly the rules that they'll be reviewed against. So they know our expectations and they know their pathway to get out of the unit within 15 days.
What will the capacity of RMAS 1 be?
We'll get into specifics in the RMAS implementation update, but currently we're expecting the capacity in level 1 to be 80 beds.
And everyone should know that our goal, and we'll get into it with RMS, our goal is to have robust programs and engage people so that we don't have to rely on RMAS. But we can get into that one.
Stanley, if I'm hearing correctly, the variance would allow folks to move out of PSEC within 7 days if they're behaving well, compared to the past where it used to be 14 or 15 days. Is that correct?
Felipe, let me also, so this variance is specific to an issue in the rule. So in the rule, we end the use of non-individualized restraints. We intended to institute a 7-day review process in ESH level 1 for adults, which hadn't existed. It had existed for young adults before we prohibited the department from placing young adults in ESH level 1. We intended to extend that review to ESH level 1 for all adults. We did not intend to mandate that 7-day review in PSEG. And honestly, we missed it in finalizing the rule. The department raised this technical issue and also explained their plan to engage in a more robust review, not just on restraints, but on their people's placement in PSEG to move faster. So this variance is to address the technical issue and allow the department to build up the And the
But
department should.
I'm sorry for my being concrete. So from the perspective of one of the residents at Rikers, that he said now he has a chance to demonstrate good behavior sooner, within 7 days, and be able to return to the regular population. Is that the intent?
The review of behavior is, sorry, I'll turn it to the department to explain there.
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Meg. So the review of behavior is taking place every 15 days or 15 days after a person's placement currently.
Are there any restraints being used in PS?
Yeah.
Good morning. This is Chief Stukes. In punitive seg, we continue to adopt our basic rules as it pertains to persons who are confined to punitive segregation. Each time a person in punitive segregation is removed from his assigned cell, there are restraints that are applied. That is going to services, whether it is within the unit or to other locations outside the unit to receive services.
But they restraining in transportation, they are restrained at the time they are receiving services?
That is correct. When persons are in punitive segregation and doing the service, the restraints remain unless during medical encounters, is there a reason or request that the restraints are removed from the individual? At that time, the restraints are removed.
Use restraint desks?
In punitive segregation, we do not use restraint tests.
Are there other questions or comments?
Any further questions, James? I know you're on the phone. Any questions?
No, just listening. When I hear the numbers of like 50 individuals in punitive segregation, wasn't a long time ago when we had 2 full buildings of punitive segregation. So I guess it's easy to say how we could do much better, but I think everybody should look at where we came from. I think the board, the public, and the department is committed going into the right direction, and we should stay focused on that.
If there's no further questions, Meg, should we move to votes or clarification?
Yeah. So Felipe, you can ask for a condition, and if not, ask
James,
for,
Jackie, Bobby, Steve, any conditions to this variance?
I will vote I will vote in favor of this rule because it was, as I understand, drafted in error. But I endorse the department's 15-day review. They should do a 7-day review if they're actually going to get down to the numbers that are required. And would certainly like to hear a report on their 15-day review or sooner at the next meeting.
I will second Bobby with a J. He feels that the intent is to allow people to be rewarded for changing their behavior. And actually 7 days of changing any behavior is actually a good sign. 14 is actually sometimes too long to wait to be rewarded.
Felipe, I support.
I do as well.
so I think we first need a motion to actually consider the variance.
Support.
And then is
Support.
that a second? Aye.
I seconded the motion.
Okay. And that's Felipe, I think you need to call a roll call, so.
Okay, so let's begin. Bobby?
Yes, with the, yes.
Jackie?
Yes.
Eve?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
I'm also yes.
So the vote is 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Correct. We can turn to the secure variance. And Felipe, if you can ask a member to move a second to open debate.
So we're gonna move to the second variance now, Meg?
Yes.
So we're gonna move to the secure variance. Who seconds that?
I move that we open debate.
Thank you, Jackie. Second? Thank you, Steve. Meg, can you help me out here? Remind everyone of the variance that we're gonna discuss now.
Sure. Give me 1 second. This is the secure variance. Which allows the Department of Correction to provide young adults ages 18 to 21 housed in secure units with a minimum lockout time of 10 hours per day and access to law library services by means of a kiosk and typewriter rather than going to the actual law library.
Can we hear from the department why they're asking for this variance?
Yes, good morning. This is Chief Stu speaking. With regards to the young adults that is placed in secure unit, those placements are based on a person's actions while in custody. Many of the young adults who are placed in the secure unit are individuals who have engaged in acts of violence, whether it be towards staff or towards other persons in custody to manage their behavior. We are requesting this variance until such time that our MAS is implemented for this population.
What is the reason behind it, Chief? Is it the movement of escorts of young adults to the library? What is it that this is helping you achieve in terms of safety and well-being?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, what the reason of the variance? Why is it that you need a variance for not allowing young adults to go to the law library? What is the intent? How is this helping in terms of improving well-being and safety at Rikers?
Yeah, this with regards to that core group of young individuals and the reasons that and the actions that they have participated in that allows them to meet the criteria to be placed in the secure unit. It is in our best interest as pertains to safety for themselves and other persons that we maintain them and program them in this environment, which is not punitive, but it does offer a measure of safety.
And I would add, there is an operational challenge, as you know, moving young people insecure down to the law library requires escorts, and it's just an operational challenge right now.
But I think this is Francis Torres, Acting Deputy Commissioner for the Division of Programs. I think, Board Member Franco, we need to emphasize with you that since the inception of the secure unit back in 2016, we have always assigned a legal coordinator to the secure unit, in addition to having all amenities that are required under minimum standards within the unit. Thank you.
So Steve and DOC, this is a temporary measure because of the operational challenges? Or this is something, what I'm hearing from you is that this is actually part of the practice since 2016 to kind of provide programming in an individualized, isolated way?
Yes, Chief Stu speaking. This is the process that we have utilized since the opening of the secure units for the young adult population in 2016.
Is programming being provided to the persons insecure? That's one question. Two, why should we give a variance on limiting the amount of time out of cell from 14 to 10 hours at this time? And three, we don't have any data that I have access to review since June. Is the population insecure increased since then? Are the number of people who are not being released increased since then? Has there been a change in the review process in terms of the number of people who are identified as eligible for release and whether they are released from secure or not?
Yeah, so good morning. This is Chief Stu. I'm going to allow Ms. Torres to speak with regards to your questions, Bobby. Just to answer one portion of your questions, the population in secure has not increased, and I'll now turn it over to Ms. Torres.
I think that before I respond to your question, Dr. Cohen, there is something that Executive Director Kaiser would like to share with us, and then I'll take on the specific information on programming.
Thank you.
Dr. Cohen, I would just add that the population in secure, as I know you're aware, is set up in the quads, and it remains 4 to 5 people per quad, and that has not changed. So the population, while it might go up and down over the course of a month, similar to the PSEG numbers that we discussed earlier, the actual number of people has not changed, and the practice has not changed in terms of the people that would be insecure. Just briefly on the out of cell time, it's set up, secure is set up in a way to provide incentives for young adults who have demonstrated, serious behavioral issues and need. In the same way that RMAS is set up to go from 10 to 12 back to 14 hours, secure follows that exact same footprint as young adults progress. So it's the same methodology and manner of thinking in terms of promoting good positive behavior and interaction. And then I'll turn it to ADC Torres to discuss the programming and counseling.
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Cohen. Thank you so much for your question. I think that's something we need to emphasize and share with you is that in October 2020, October 19, 2020, to be exact, our counseling staff returned to all facilities to provide 5 days of in-person services. And I need to share with you that when it came to staff assigned to the secure unit, they were very consistent. We've always had 2 program counselors in addition to an associate correctional counselor. What I believe is being lost in this is that throughout the pandemic, we relied heavily on self-guided materials. That type of alternate programming basically took a back burner when our staff returned in October to in-person services. Our counselors continue to do one-on-one counseling sessions as well as groups. Those are youth-driven curricula. We provide anger management, dialectical behavioral therapy, goal setting, individual counseling, as well as interactive journaling and young men's work. There is a specific associate correctional counselor assigned there to manage all of the social services requests in person, as well as a legal coordinator. Furthermore, early this year, we also selected a recreation supervisor to be assigned to our secure unit who rotates between quads to provide additional recreation services. Dr. Cohen, I would like to share with you, and you're very familiar with this, the secure unit has had a school classroom in the back of that unit. I shared that effective yesterday, one of the DOE instructors has returned. And, we're very thankful to our partners from the DOE, has returned to the unit to continue the provision of mandated educational services. Not only that, but you know too well that in the past, we've had external providers that up until March 13 of 2020 had a consistent presence at the secure unit. We're glad to share with you that as part of the targeted approach, we will have 2 of those providers who are currently hiring staff to basically become part of our community at the secure unit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would just like to comment that I appreciate the concerns that were raised in the comment period about the request of the board not to approve any variances, and I understand those, but I would like to say that the secure program is the most successful, other than CAPS and PACE, in the department, and I just want to, it's important to hear that DOE is back there, and I will support this.
Any further comments, James, Steve, Jackie?
Felipe, there are conditions on this variance. I can read those before. Condition 1, making sure I'm on the right one. Condition 1, restraints, including restraint desks, shall not be used except to control an incarcerated person who presents an immediate risk of self-injury or injury to others, to prevent serious property damage for healthcare purposes, or when necessary as a security precaution during transfer or transport. When restraints are necessary, the department shall use the least restrictive forms of restraints that are appropriate and should use them only as long as the need exists, not for a predetermined period of time. The department shall not use restraint desks in secure units except in the secure unit school area, and only when extenuating safety or security circumstances or specific credible intelligence of a safety or security threat require their use, and the deputy warden of secure approves their use in writing. The department shall notify the board in writing every time restraint desks were used and specify the circumstances that required their use. The department shall provide written notice to the board within 24 hours of such occurrence. The department will make every effort, condition 3, the department will make every effort to increase the number of staff present and supervising young adults during secure unit school sessions, and keep the number of students to a safely manageable number without restraint desks by adding multiple school sessions if necessary. Condition 4, the department shall not use 3 or more point restraints in secure units. Condition 5, the department shall provide all young adults housed in secure units with a minimum out-of-cell time of 10 hours per day, except for instances of de-escalation as set forth in the department's written directive concerning secure units. Provide all young adults with due process in connection with their placement in secure units, and exclude all young adults with serious mental or physical disabilities or conditions from placement in secure units. Condition 6, the department shall notify the board in writing every time the lockout period in secure units does not start at 5 a.m. and the reasons therefore. The department shall provide written notice to the board within 24 hours of such occurrence. Condition 7, During the pendency of this variance, if the young adult in a secure unit has not committed an infraction within the preceding 28 days, the young adult will advance to a less restrictive level or unit unless he is engaged in disruptive, violent, or aggressive behavior while in his current level and or there is credible intelligence that he may engage in additional violence in a less restrictive unit. Condition 8, where the department is permitted to consider a young adult's activity occurring or actions committed prior to the incident, such activity or actions must have occurred within the preceding year. Condition 9, the department shall conduct and report on a monthly audit of its compliance with BSC minimum standards in education services. A, lock-in, specifically the number of out-of-cell hours per person. B, access to court and legal services, including law library. C, recreation. And D, classification, specifically the number of programming hours offered to each young adult and the number of hours each young adult participated in programming. And E, education services, specifically the number of young adults BOC brought to school and for each young adult, the time BOC brought into school and the time BOC took him out of school. The department shall provide its monthly audit report to the board by the 10th business day of the following month. Condition 10, the department shall provide the board with a public report on the implementation of the foregoing conditions. The requirements for this report are outlined in a document titled ESH and Secure Variant 3rd, 2018, and available on the board's website. Condition 11, on at least a monthly basis, the department shall provide the board access to all documentation considered in each secure placement and review decision. This includes, but is not limited to, all records reviewed or created by secure unit adjudication, health and hospital placement review, the chief's reviews, and the secure unit support team. On a monthly basis, the department shall transmit to the board a list of all secure placements and reviews. The department shall provide this documentation for each month by the 10th business day of the following month, except documentation for the month this variance expires shall be provided by the 5th business day of the following month. Those are the conditions. Felipe, I now request a motion to approve.
Okay, so we want to move to vote to approve the variance.
Support.
Steve.
Support.
I see Steve and Jackie. Thank you. So we're ready for a roll call, Mac?
Yeah.
If there's no further comments, variance, beginning with you, Bobby. You're muted, Bobby.
Bobby, you might be muted.
At this moment or at the next one, I would like to hear something about the young adults who are in pseudo ESH status in NYC. It could be here or at the next one. This is not specific.
Yeah, we're about to take up the ESH variance. I think we can discuss during that.
Okay.
Jackie?
Support.
Steve?
Support.
James?
Support.
Myself, support.
So that, again, passes 5 votes in favor and 0 opposed.
Thank you. And we're moving now to?
Yep. To the ESH variance. So we'll need a motion to move to a vote on the requested variance in a second in order to open the debate.
So moved.
Hey, Jackie. So now we turn on the young adult EHS variance. Anyone to second? I heard Jackie move it forward.
James, second.
Thank you, James. Now we have the floor open for questions and debate.
Bobby, go ahead if you. I
You're
think you're
on mute,
muted.
Bobby.
I'd like to hear from the department about their about the young adults who have been in ESH1 and shackled and have then been placed in very problematic conditions in NIC. It is strange that the department considers this to be general population. It is extremely restrictive and by no means should be, just like West facility should not have been considered general population. But I wonder what reviews have you taken? How many people have been admitted? How many people have been discharged? And what programs are they receiving outside of their cell area?
Yeah, thank you, Bobby. Let me just start off. I think, and you've heard Commissioner Schiraldi say this, the structure and the facility itself is a very old facility. It is not something we want to use. It's what we have right now. We have 7 people, young adults in NIC. We're trying to provide services. It's been a challenge in that space, both in terms of having staff available to go to NIC. So it's been a real challenge. And part of what our commitment is to be transparent with you. It's something we're working through, but it's been a real challenge. And we're not getting into the conversation about general pop versus how the board sees it. It is not where we want to be, but it's what we have right now to manage some of the most serious offenses. And we're doing what we can to make sure we're providing services. But it's been a challenge. We do have counselors assigned to NIC, but consistency has been a challenge.
Do these people get out of their area for programs?
Francis, do they?
So Dr. Cohen, I think that we need to emphasize the picture of that specific area. If you recall, they are very structured compartments. The back portion of it happens to be where the kids actually sleep, while the front of that area happens to be where they're able to engage in programming as well as watch TV and make telephone calls. There is a multi-purpose room at the end of the tour that is used for one-on-one social services as well as legal or law library services. And so anyone that needs to have that private moment basically is escorted to that area. As you can imagine, it is the most challenging of environments. In essence, we are relying heavily in our tablet program. Tablets are afforded to the kids. We do have a robust curriculum that encompasses arts as well as educational services, and all of the menu, with the exception of games, all of the menu that is afforded through the tablets. We do have program counselors that conduct programming with them, as well as an associate correctional counselor. That area is also supported by our ombudsperson, who you know too well, has a presence in any of our young adult housing areas, whether they be at RNDC, Secure, or NIC.
And the board should know that as we work to build out RMAS, we have a robust hiring plan. We're hiring over 62 staff to help us have intensive programming in that housing area.
So the population has increased from 4 that was reported in the board book to 7 now?
It's at 7 now, correct.
And the 21-day reviews you promised, what was the result of those 21-day reviews?
Yes.
Yeah, we continue to do the reviews.
We continue to do, this is Chief Stu speaking. We continue to do the 21 reviews of the persons that's on those units. That is submitted by the counselors on that unit with regards to their individual programming plans. There have been persons, of course, whom have been recommended to remove from the unit, progress back into general population or less restrictive type of settings, which is approved by myself. I don't have the exact number before me of the amount of people that have been reviewed and transferred off of the unit after completing the 21-day review, but I'll be glad to follow up with you on that number, Bobby.
Yeah, it would be helpful for us to understand it now.
Yes.
Dr. Cohen, ADC Torres here. Just to let you know that the reviews continue to follow the model that we have implemented, which is in the form of a community. Any uniform staff that is there presently engaged with the young adult, as well as any counseling staff, anyone that has anything to do with the progression and the development of that young adult is part of the review process. And then there is a member of that support team that happens to be the one who summarizes the progress that this kid has done as maintaining his individual behavioral support plan. And as the kid meets or doesn't meet those goals that he has discussed with the team, you know, still that entire summary is captured. The form is then provided to the chief of the department, and the chief of the department is the only person who has that determination and sends the determination to the entire NIC team.
Commissioner Torres, can you talk a little bit more about engagement? I know that although you have programming available, you have struggled in getting young adults in that unit to actually develop their plans and stick to them and embrace them. What are you guys working on now?
Board Member Franco, I think that it is only safe to use a statement previously shared with us by Commissioner Schiraldi. When it comes to programs, programs cannot be afforded separate and apart from safety and security. And so we can make every effort to have robust programming in any of these areas, not just NIC 3C, but any area. And we don't have that constant presence of our uniform staff members, then it poses a challenge to us. Our non-uniform members still report to these housing areas to ensure that there is engagement on a daily basis, as captured by our internal redesign of our counseling staff. Our counseling members, up until July of this year, were spread thin between all of the commands. Right now, any program counselor assigned to our division does not spend more than 3 hours in just 2 housing areas. And so it is a challenge because many of the young adults who actually end up at NIC 3C have yet to, number one, go through the emotion of what brought them into that housing area. Number two, continue to engage in a very short time. Number three, oftentimes need extra additional time to make sure that he's able to engage with our staff to redesign his individual behavior support plan. So we cannot force them to complete it. It has to be something that is developed and that comes from within. And that is the reason we have our counseling staff guiding that process.
This is also like redesigning the whole work with young adults, right? Is that what we don't want to do is we don't want to parachute in when they get in trouble, right? We want to build a relationship when they're in general population so that we have a connection with them, so that we see them, we hear them, and so that they see the department as not these compartmentalized entities that sort of parachute in when something jumps off. So it's really about developing a relationship with them in general population, which you are helping us do, Felipe. And hopefully those relationships, no matter where they end up, will continue on. And so that they see it as a way of continued support for them to build their way out of our system.
I mean, Stanley, and you understand the way ESH is configured and the inability to connect to others would actually make harder what you intend to do in terms of creating relationships.
Yeah, agreed. Like there's in the best of this situation, the configuration and the facility would probably not be the facility that we would select. But as Commissioner Schiraldi says, unfortunately, we have to deal with the hand that we were dealt, not the hand that we wish we had. But there is hope with the borough-based system that we're building out, where we're building this model in a very thoughtful way, where services are part of the floor plan, providers are part of the floor plan, and the cell configuration and housing configuration is thought of as part of the borough-based jail and not as an afterthought. So we're doing a lot of what we are building towards will be much different than what we have right now. But that's some years off, and we have to deal with what we have right now.
Any conditions?
You know, Stanley, I just want to I just like to add to what Bobby said. Like, I hear you words like challenging, and I appreciate that because I know it is very challenging. That's not a general population area, and for the department to call it such, you know, it's not. You know, I've been doing this for a while. If that's a restricted setting that needs to happen. Okay, so I think that's the point Bobby was making, and by you being honest and saying it's challenging, I get it. You know, it's just that, you know, how are we going to fix it, I guess, going into the future. But before we decide fixing it, you know, there's so many important things that have to happen. I mean, the commissioner yourself, everybody needs staffing. You know, we're talking about programs, but we're having problems managing housing areas. You know, until the city gives the commissioner, you know, people to man these posts, how do we have programs running when you can't have people escorting to the areas? You know, so we're in a real serious situation, and I see the commissioner is going with shortening the academy and trying to get people to come back, you know, and being aggressive to try to get people from being sick, the people who, you know, aren't, you know, doctors' medical documentation saying that they can't come back, you know, so he's doing, I think, an amazing job, you know, because of what he was dealt with. You know, the city needed to hire correction officers a long time ago. I mean, I spoke about that probably a year and a half ago, you know, and, you know, we need correction officers. We need correction officers. And, you know, the department's angle was, well, it's going to take a year to get them there, so it's not helping us now. Well, you know what? The year's up, you know, and if we had them in the academy, you know, we would be in a better situation now. So I appreciate the honesty. Stanley, I know you know both sides, which is, you know, makes life, you know, really, you know, good for everybody, you know, similar to myself. You know, I did 27 years in corrections. I went from officer to assistant chief. You know, I was a warden in 4 different commands, including RNDC. So I really do know what it takes to go. And I think the most important thing right now is if people aren't safe, when I say people, I mean detainees, I mean workers, I mean correction officers, I mean workers, I mean nurses and doctors. If people don't feel safe, nothing else matters. You know, so I think, you know, as the board, we got to support you as much as possible to have City Hall bring in people and, you know, staff these areas. And I think great things can happen because, you know, I've had long talks with the commissioner and yourself, and I know where your passion is. Your passion is to make it better, you know, but we need to support and try to help you to get the tools for your toolbox in order to make it better. So, I mean, my bottom line is, you know, calling that area general population. It's a stretch, but your honesty I appreciate by saying it's challenging, and hopefully when we get the staff and the places that we do need and the structures that we do need, then I think we could be a much better department. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Really appreciate that, and appreciate the board. Thank you.
So Meg, any conditions on this one?
Sorry, Felipe, you're breaking up a little bit.
Conditions on these variants?
There are conditions on this variant.
There are?
Yep, I will read them. Yep.
Go ahead.
Condition 1, the department may operate multiple levels of young adult ESH, with level 1 being the most restrictive. There shall not be a separate unit for assessment purposes. Condition 2, a young adult can be placed in ESH level 1 only if the person has recently participated in an actual or attempted slashing or stabbing or engaged in activity that caused serious injury to an officer, another person in custody, or any other person, and provided that the use of a restraint is the least restrictive option necessary for the safety of others. Condition 3, restraints, including restraint vests, shall not be used except to control an incarcerated person who presents an immediate risk of self-injury or injury to others, to prevent serious property damage, or when necessary as a security precaution during transfer or transport. When restraints are necessary, the department shall use the least restrictive forms of restraints that are appropriate and should use them only as long as the need exists. Condition 4, DOC shall discontinue the non-individualized use of restraints, including restraint vests, and in ESH level 1 no later than April 15th, 2021. Condition 5, each request for placement for approval of a placement of a young adult in young adult ESH must be in writing and specify the reasons why a less restrictive housing setting is not a safe option. If the placement is prior to April 15th, 2021 and is to include the use of a restraint desk, the request for approval must include why young adult ESH without restraint desk is not a safe option. The chief of department or designee must also specify his or her reasons for approving or disapproving the request for young adult ESH placement. If the placement is to include the use of a restraint desk, the chief or his or her designee must separately approve or disapprove this use and specify his or her reasons for approving or disapproving the use of a restraint desk. Request for approval and the chief's or designee's approval or disapproval thereof shall be sent within 24 hours to the person who is subject of the request, New York City Health and Hospitals, and the board. Condition 6, any young adult placed in ESH housing shall receive an individualized behavior support plan and age-appropriate programming. Condition 7, the department shall evaluate each incarcerated young adult housed in ESH level 1 every 7 days to determine if the young adult should progress out of level 1 to a less restrictive level or unit pursuant to the criteria set forth in condition number 7 below. The deputy warden responsible for ESH or designee will conduct the evaluation, and the determination shall specify the reasons and specific facts relied upon for such determination. Condition 8, the department shall review each young adult in any level other than ESH level 1 every 21 days to determine whether the person will advance to a less restrictive level or unit pursuant to the criteria set forth in the condition below. At each such 7 or 21-day review, a young adult will advance to a less restrictive level or unit unless he is engaged in violent or aggressive behavior while in his current level, and or there is credible intelligence that he may engage in additional violence in a less restrictive unit, and or he has willfully disregarded rules and regulations, and these instances are reported and documented. The department shall conduct this evaluation in consultation with the ESH interdisciplinary team and shall specify the reasons and facts for such determination. Condition 10, if the department's review of a young adult recommends progression to a less restrictive level or unit, the young adult shall be moved to the recommended level or unit. If the young adult is not moved within 48 hours of such recommendation, the DOC shall notify the board in writing within 48 hours of its decision not to move the person. The notification shall include the reason the department did not move the young adult to a less restrictive level or unit. Condition 11, a young adult recommended to progress to a less restrictive level or unit shall not remain in his current unit solely due to lack of available housing elsewhere. Condition 12, the department shall not keep K-9 stationed in young adult ESH units. Condition 13, the department shall provide all young adults housed in ESH with a minimum out-of-cell time of 7 hours per day, not inclusive of school hours. If exceptional circumstances occur where the department cannot comply, it will notify the board immediately as to the reasons why it cannot comply. Condition 14, the department shall notify the board in writing every time the lockout periods in young adult ESH do not start on time and the reasons therefore. The department shall provide written notice to the board within 24 hours of such occurrence. Condition 15, the department shall conduct and report on a monthly audit of its compliance with DOC minimum standards and education services. A, lock-in, specifically the number of out-of-cell hours per person. B, access to courts and legal services, including law library. C, recreation. And D, classification, specifically the number of programming hours offered to each young adult and the number of hours each young adult participated in programming. E, education services, specifically the number of young adults DOC brought to school, and for each young adult, the time DOC brought him to school and the time DOC took him out of school. The department shall provide its monthly audit report to the board by the 10th business day of the following month. Condition 16, where the department is permitted to consider a young adult's activity occurring or actions committed at a time prior to the instant incident in connection with the young adult's placement in young adult ESH. Such activity or action must have occurred within the preceding year. Condition 17, the department shall offer 5 hours of programming to each young adult in young adult ESH each day. For young adults enrolled in school, the 5 hours of programming can include 3 hours of school. Condition 18, the department shall provide the board with a public report on the implementation of the foregoing conditions. The requirements for this report are outlined in a document titled ESH and Secure Unit Variances, Public Reporting Condition, Public Reporting Condition, dated July 9, 2019, and available on the board's website. Condition 19, on at least a monthly basis, the department shall provide the board access to all documentation considered in each young adult ESH placement and review decision for young adults. This includes, but is not limited to, all records reviewed or created by young adult ESH adjudication, health and hospitals placement review, the chief's reviews, and the young adult ESH periodic review. On a monthly basis, the department shall transmit to the board a list of all young adult ESH placements and reviews. The department shall provide this documentation for each month by the 10th business day of the following month. Documentation for the month this variance expires shall be provided by the 5th day of the following month. And condition 20, DOC shall publicly report monthly on the implementation of its plan to increase young adults' participation in recreation, including the number, rate, and time of young adults' recreation participation. Those are the conditions.
Thank you, Meg. Any board members has additional conditions to suggest? To move into roll call, Meg, for approval?
You need to first call for a motion to approve and a second, and then you can take the roll call.
Motion to approve.
I second it, James Marino.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, James. Now let's move to a vote. Bobby? You're on mute, Bobby.
I vote no. I have never voted for ESH for young adults. It was a mistake. It's always been a mistake. The department should use Secure for these people. The decision of the department to use NIC was totally inappropriate and totally unnecessary. I will not support this and never have supported ESH for young adults. No.
Thank you, Bobby. Jackie Sherman?
I vote yes with hesitation and with hope that we are able to work with DOC and other stakeholders to move to implement all of the plans that we've heard about today and on occasions in the past.
Thank you, Jackie. Steve?
I will support, more importantly, I support Jackie's approach to what needs to happen for us to continue supporting this.
Thank you, Steve. James?
I agree with both Jackie and Dr. Cohen. We got to do better, but the department needs to put people in safe locations or more people are going to get hurt. So with the same sentiment, hoping and knowing that the department is going to go in the right direction, I'll vote yes today with the hope that, better things are coming and, we do need to keep people safe. If people aren't safe, nothing else matters. So, we have to separate individuals who's going to hurt individuals, others. So I'm going to vote yes, but I agree with the sentiments of my colleagues, and I know the department's going to do better. Yes.
And I myself will vote yes with reservations. I'm concerned with the emphasis on staff and restrictions as a way of improving safety at Rikers. I'm hopeful that what I heard from the commissioner and others today with a focus on building community and a focus on developing the skills to regulate their emotions and behavior and be able to relate to others is the right approach, not just because of Rikers, but it's because what we need in our city to make it safer and better. So yes, and I'm hoping to meet with some of these young people soon.
So I believe that's 4 votes for and 1 vote against, which means the variance fails.
Okay. Do we move now to commingling?
Yeah. Again, you can ask a board member to move to vote on the variance and get a second, and we can open debate.
To move on commingling. Thank you, Jackie. 1 vote. Second.
I second.
Thank you, James. We are open to debate and questions to DOC. Could the department provide an overview for the public and others about the intention of this commingling variance?
I'm sorry, Felipe, say again.
Yeah, can the department provide an overview of the commingling variance intent?
Yeah. Yes, Felipe. We're asking for this variance to deal with a couple of department services. One is around medical. If there is a need to commingle regarding medical, if there's a need to commingle regarding mental health, pregnant person, and in the nursery.
And a special consideration unit.
And in a special consideration unit. So those are the reasons we're requesting commingling for people 19 to 21 and older.
The intent is, the request is to commingle young adults with an adult population for special consideration, pregnancy, medical and mental health. Is that correct?
Yep, and the nursery.
Yeah, Felipe, there are a few other sections in which the department's requesting the ability to commingle for the current variant conditions, which include previously in ESH, which is no longer relevant, but then additionally for protective custody purposes, for different security classification purposes, as well as in the special considerations unit and at the women's facility if there are so few young adults that they cannot safely be housed together, and particularly in consideration for the fact that the board's new rules rid the practice of solo housing. So just out of the context of the security situations, as well as in COVID new admission quarantine housing units, just based on, again, housing efficiency and their impacts on staffing for that temporary housing placement.
So I have a question for the department. I've been in support of commingling from the beginning, and the issue that arose as it developed is the department was commingling, in my opinion, way too many people, maybe a year or two back, you know, and I know operational wise, if I'm a warden and 15 young adults are giving me a hard time, I send those 15 young adults to adult housing areas all over the department. I'm going to quiet down definitely my jail, but also young adults around adults, and there's not many of them to gather. It's going to quiet things down naturally. But not for the right reasons, you know. So my concern, and Stanley, you know this, we spoke about it many times, is that yes, you have to commingle a certain individual where, not just for medically, but you know, it's just not working with the programs and it's being very disruptive. So you have to commingle a small group, and as long as it was a small group, I was good with it, you know. But when it got bigger, then my concern grew. So I guess my question now is not just medically, not just for programs, not for mental health. You know, what portion, what percentage of the young adults are being commingled just based on behavioral issues where they have to move because they're being too disruptive in a young adult program?
James, this is Chief Stoops. So I would like to first start by stating with regards to commingling of young adults. I too, like you know, at one point, commingling was viewed as being utilized too much, overused, and we took a deep look at that, and we came to the consensus that, which we do currently, which I would say and we as an agency, take very deep looks at when a person is requested to be commingled and whether there is an approval. So if you look at our data of, 478 young adults in custody, 288, 81% are in, pure young adult housing. 19% of the young adults were housed either, in commingled housing. 71 out of that 90, which is 79% commingled, were commingled in new admission quarantine units, which would be the Otis Banham Correctional Center. As of September the 8th, there was 143 young adults in custody housing in RNDC. Of the 143 young adults, 28 were housed in young adults only housing in secure and ESH, and only one was commingled in ESH housing. So I'm sure we submitted the board the data, so I'm not going to go through all the data, but I'd just like to state that commingling is something that we take very seriously, and we don't just approve them because of the fact that they are requested. We do know that there are people that, when commingled, young adults, they do better around some of the adult population units. And we take a very good look at approving those for young adults going into adult general population units prior to any approval.
You provide data or sense for us of how many of the young adults are commingled because of medical and mental health reasons, please?
Mhm. Yeah, good.
Yeah, Felipe, thanks for the question. So as the chief noted, of the 478 young adults that were in custody on the September 8th when we pulled this data, there were 71 young adults who were commingled in new admission quarantine units, which would be considered a form of medical housing. In addition to those 71, there were 4 young adults who were commingled in MO, medical, or at the nursery at the Rosen Singer Center.
I would suggest that we ask.
Sorry, how many for mental health?
I would suggest that we ask CHS for the same question.
Yeah, sorry, just to finalize, Felipe, in terms of mental health housing, I'm sorry, the data was just separate. We had 9 young adults in those units on September 9th.
I mean, and I follow Steve. Thank you. I mean, it would be good to hear from Correctional Health. I mean, it strikes me as the department has referred today a few times to a commitment to young adults that New York City, even though we have some of the best adolescent pediatric young adult educational programs in the nation, still hasn't developed a young adult mental health approach within Rikers. If my young adult needed mental health services, I wouldn't go to an adult practitioner. I would go to a young adult practitioner. The same for medical services. I think we are way behind in finally addressing the mental health needs and the particular needs of young adults in a mental health setting. So I would love to hear from Correctional Health if there's any plans to build in the amazing capacity of health and hospital corporations to serve young adults across the city to finally develop the right, appropriate mental health services for young adults within Rikers.
Yeah, this is Correctional Health Service. We don't have those numbers on hand, but I'd be happy to follow up with you with those numbers.
And to the larger question to you or others at Correctional Health, what is our thinking again in building in the amazing capacity within New York City and the expertise that has existed for the last 25 years or more to develop young adult psychiatry and mental health services that actually respond to that particular age group?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. We certainly do have mental health services available to the young people in our care. But if you're looking for more specifics, we can connect with our co-chiefs of mental health and provide more details on the specific treatment.
Yeah, I mean, I think my concern and of many others is that young adults are not mini adults, and there's a science and a professional, track to serve young adults, and somehow we haven't developed that within Rikers.
I want to second that point, Felipe. I have asked that question many times, and I think CHS should be able to answer whether they have a specific young adult mental health program. This is not a question of numbers. If they have one, they have one. If they don't have one, are they planning on doing it? It's very important.
We certainly have staff who focus on young adult services, but I don't want to misspeak. I want to confirm with our program teams and the mental health service before I provide greater detail on that. But again, we'd be happy to follow up with you directly.
Who will be present to answer questions today from CHS?
So this is Jeanette Merrill, the Director of Communications and Intergovernmental Affairs, and I'm joined by Ashley Smith, our Chief of Staff. There was a scheduling conflict because we're running late with Dr. Yang, but we're of course happy to field all questions and follow up with you.
I think the board would very much like to hear from Dr. McDonald, who raised a number of critical issues about the adequacy of medical care in the past week. Could you please have him available for the rest of the meeting?
He's not available, but again, we'd be happy to field questions and then follow up with you.
And again, I know this is not within the department, but I think this is the right moment to actually, again, build on the amazing capacity within New York City. I've been the trailblazer in terms of education of adolescents, psychiatrists and psychologists and pediatricians that actually are trained to serve young adults.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment, and we'll certainly follow up.
You know, I'd just like to follow up a little what Chief Stuk said. You know, the numbers that Chief you brought out seem to be very low on people who you are putting commingling, and that could also be a problem in itself. The board has not tied your hands on utilizing probably a very important tool to move the individuals who I'm sure your staff has tried immensely to guide to go in the right direction, and who's being disruptive to the rest of our other kids who are trying to learn. So after all attempts have failed, commingling is a tool that is necessary. And I've spoke to some deputy wardens of security, some wardens who say that their hands are tied. They know individuals have to move because they're starting a lot of disruption, but the department just won't let us move them. So, you know, I just wanted to be clear that the board, you know, has approved this variance to utilize as a tool sparingly, but not to just, you know, not utilize it where it could benefit and keep people safe. I just want that to be, you know, in my view of it, is utilize it sparingly, but utilize it smart. I mean, there might be sometimes you might have 20, 30 people because gangs are just flooding you out and they're not, you know, they're disrupting the other kids from learning and going in the right direction. Or there might be sometimes you only have 5 because things are going well and those people moved on. So it should be a tool that you can use. My concern at one point, it was being used a lot, and that has stopped, you know, but it's just as bad if you don't use it at all, you know, to just say, well, we can't do it. No, you can do it. It just needs to be done wisely, you know. So the numbers that I was trying to write down that you said were very, very low, and especially being mostly a violence is in that particular area. You know, so, you know, I think the commissioner said a high percentage with only a small percentage of individuals, which we've always known that to be true, you know, and to use this as a tool might be something that you need to do, you know, and take a closer look at it. So I can't speak for everyone, but I could speak for myself. As long as it's being used smartly, it should be used as a tool, and not using it all for the wrong reasons is just as bad as using it too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. I appreciate the support. And clearly, as I have stated earlier, I am fully aware of it being used at one point too much and not for its intended purpose. So again, thank you. And I do have a clear understanding of utilizing it when absolutely necessary. So to be clear, I will not hesitate to use it when facilities submit them to me after extensive review. And if it is a need, it will be approved. But again, thank you for your support.
Yeah. And
regarding that, Steve, sorry, because I'm not clear, and it sounds to me that the numbers don't make sense. Are you saying to me, and maybe I got it wrong, that only 9 young adults up to age 21 have been deemed in need of mental health services in a unit?
No, the numbers we're providing are commingling numbers. So in terms of the 9 represents the specialized medical health needs, so PACE, CAPS units, and that would be the number of young adults.
Can you repeat that, please?
The 9 represents young adults who are commingled in specialized mental health housing areas. So PACE and CAPS, for example. Just to clarify.
And the other young adults, which I know prevalence-wise nationally, are struggling with ADHD, PTSD, anxiety, and depression. Where are they getting their services?
So I think we would, obviously defer to CHS on a question of mental health care, but there are MO housing areas, and I just want to clarify the data that 9 does not represent MO housing. So I would defer to CHS to speak for the MO population.
How many are in PACE or CAPS? Do you know, Stephen?
Yeah, that's the 9 number. So 9 were in PACE and CAPS when we pulled this.
Not MOs.
Not MOs, that's correct.
And on the question of ADHD, does Correctional Health Services treat ADHD according to contemporary standards with medication? That's a question for CHS.
For medication-specific questions, I'm going to have to follow up with our clinical staff. I can't speak to particular treatments for ADHD.
Maybe you could have some clinical staff at our meeting. Why was the decision made not to have any clinical staff present?
There were scheduling conflicts, and again, I'm sorry that the meeting ran over, and but we're happy to follow up.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, Bobby and others, is that DOC and programming folks are doing the best they can, but they need the clinical support that is actually intended and specialized for young adults that we don't have at Rikers. And in the past month, we have seen deaths, suicide attempts, and disruptive behavior that some of it could be managed by the work that DOC is doing through programming, but some of it needs the right expertise that clinical services provide to any young adult who actually have access in the community in New York City.
I strongly agree.
It has been too long where young adults have been treated like small adults without taking care of their specialized developmental needs. Any more comments?
Felipe, there are conditions on this. Would
Yes.
you like me to read them?
Please.
Condition 1, the department shall house young adults ages 19 through 21 separately and apart from adults ages 22 and over in young adult only housing units unless the young adult is housed in a restricted housing area with less than 14-hour lockout. B, has engaged in violent or assaultive behavior towards staff or other people in custody. C, has engaged in actions that threaten the safety and security of the facility. D, qualifies for protective custody and cannot safely be housed in a young adult protective custody unit. E, is being quarantined as part of the new admission process during the COVID-19 emergency. F, has applied and been accepted into the special considerations unit. G, has a centrally monitored case. Or H, is a young adult housed at the Roseanne Singer Center. Condition 2, the department shall apply the factors enumerated in conditions 1A through H of this variance on a case-by-case basis and shall place the young adult in housing with adults only upon an individual determination that the young adult meets at least one of the criteria set forth in condition 1 of this variance. Condition 3, the department shall house male young adults only in the Robert N. Davern Center unless the young adult is housed in accordance with exceptions enumerated in condition 1A through condition 1A and 1D through G of this variance. Condition 4, the department shall develop an individualized behavior support plan for each young adult in commingled housing. 5, all young adults in commingled housing shall have access to young adult programming and support. Young adults commingled pursuant to condition 1B and 1C shall have access to the Peace Center at RNDC. Condition 6, the department shall consult with Correctional Health Services programming and mental health staff prior to making each commingling determination. Condition 7, the department shall notify each young adult in writing of his or her placement in commingled housing. Such notice shall be served upon the young adult within 48 hours of such determination and shall specify the criteria and the young adult's conduct upon which such determination is based. The young adult shall sign the notice indicating his receipt thereof, or if the young adult refuses to sign, staff serving the notice shall indicate on the notice the person's refusal to sign. This requirement shall not apply to young adults commingled in new admission and quarantine housing during the COVID-19 emergency. Condition 8. The department shall document each commingling determination in writing, which shall A, specify which of the criteria enumerated in condition 1, A through H of this variance form the basis for housing the young adult in commingled housing. B, describe in detail the young adult's conduct, including the date, time, and place of such conduct that resulted in the determination to house the young adult in commingled housing if applicable. Include the young adult. C, include the young adult's individual behavioral support plan and all CODs and incident reports or other documentation supporting the determination. D, indicate how the placement is consistent with or will promote the goals of young adults' individual behavior support plan. E, state what other young adult housing units were considered for placement of the young adult and the reasons why the young adult was not placed there. F, the requirements for conditions number 8, B through E shall not apply to determinations made for young adults meeting criteria for condition 1E. 9, the department shall send the board a biweekly report of all commingling determinations, including the reasons for the determination and all supporting documentation. 10, during the pendency of this variance, the department shall provide the board with a weekly census showing in which housing units and facilities young adults ages 18 through 21 are housed and the number of young adults who during that week were moved from commingled to young adult only housing. In condition 11, the department shall continue to provide the board with a monthly progress report on its implementation of the young adult plan and implementation alternatives to punitive segregation and provide its progress report for each month on the 10th business day of the following month. Those are the conditions. And I'm sorry, I'm just realizing that we just lost Steve, which means we don't have a quorum to take up this vote. Otto, did we lose him altogether, or have we just lost him as a panelist?
Lost altogether.
Okay. Bill, Otto, I think we need to table this and figure out if he's gone, or if this is a technology issue. Is that right? Oh, Jackie's saying he's trying to get on. If we can give him a second. Sorry about this.
Everyone for your patience.
It appears to be an internet issue on his end. be calling in. We should have him momentarily.
Hello?
Steve, you should be on now. Steve's on.
Okay. Okay. I'm here.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you, Otto. We now have a quorum again. So
Okay, I'm here. I can hear you.
great. Felipe, you can request a motion to approve and second.
Anyone seconds the motion to move forward? Thank you, Chairman. Second?
I support. Steve's here.
Thank you, Steve. Good to have you back.
Thank you.
Any conditions or final comments on commingling? Bobby, you are.
I have a condition, Felipe, but better that you would write it than I. We should ask for a report within 2 months from CHS regarding their plans for developing young adult specific mental health programming for the jails.
I will second that condition.
I support.
So
Go ahead.
So someone needs to make a motion to vote on the condition and second the condition, and then we need a roll call on the condition itself before we can move to approve the variance.
So I would like to propose.
Meg,
Go ahead.
I'll make the motion. I think Felipe, we might have spoke together. I'll make the motion to proceed.
I second. So I can't second my own motion.
Do we need to spell it out now, Meg?
You need a roll call. Is there a second? Bobby proposed and James has a second. So now you need a roll call vote on the condition itself.
So we want to do a roll call on the condition of working with Correctional Health Services to establish, finally, a developmental appropriate mental health program within Rikers. Roll call, beginning with you, Bobby.
Yes.
Jackie Sherman.
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
James.
Yes?
Yes, for myself too.
You said Jay? Yes.
Yep.
Do you have the votes?
Okay. So now, so you've approved the condition. Now you need to approve the variance with all conditions. The conditions I read and this new condition.
Okay. So we want to move forward with the vote. Motion.
So you need a motion to approve in a second, and then you can take the roll call.
I'll move.
Thank you, Jackie.
I
Second.
vote to.
Thank you, James. So now we're going to do a roll call, beginning with Jackie Sherman. To vote.
Support.
Thank you. Bobby Cohen.
Yes, I will vote yes, Felipe. I always vote against commingling. I recognize the concerns that James has raised and that Chief Stooks has talked about, but I think it's important to move this condition forward, and I'm going to vote forward so we can approve this condition.
Thank you, Cohen. Steve.
Support.
James.
Yes.
And myself, support.
So that is a vote of 5, 4, and 0 again. So that variance is approved. So I think we can move to our last variance, which is on separation status. So again, a motion to a motion and a second to open debate.
Motion, James.
I'll second.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Jackie. We can move forward with separation status. Before we read the conditions, any further background by DOC on their variance request on separation status?
Felipe, could I ask the department how many separation status, what do the numbers look like maybe for the last month or two? You know, how many people have been put in there? I mean, considering, you know, the high violence level and, you know, a lot of stuff going on, I would imagine those numbers being elevated.
Yes, thanks for that question, Carino. For the last couple of months since our last reporting period, we have had 2 placements in separation status. I'd just like to add some content. Of course, as we always have stated, separation is not a place that we wish to put people. We don't want to put anyone in separation status. Our overarching goal is contraband recovery. After knowing that a person has contraband on his person, refuses to comply with a body scan. So I just want to be clear like this. I don't want to get confused with the amount of placements versus the results of having the body scanners and the utilizations of them and the amount of positive results that we have achieved with regards to recovering contraband from persons in custody. So just to give some numbers, I'll just give you like September numbers, which is like an overarching number. 561 dangerous contraband items were recovered. That's including scalpels and other bladed weapons as a direct result of the body scanners and separation status housing operations. 55 of these contraband items were recovered from individuals after separation status placement. 171 contraband items were recovered from an individual prior to a body scan, and 325 items were recovered immediately after a scan, which is of course resulting in no placement in separation status. Each month, each day, as we utilize the body scanners, we continue to have positive results as it pertains to contraband recovery. And what's very impactful about it is many of the contraband recovery are either after a person is subjected to the body scanner and we have a positive scan, or it's prior to a person being body scanned. Most of the recoveries during the month of August was after a person was body scanned. I will not run down the entire list of all the discoveries, but the discoveries continue to be, just give some context around the month of August. You know, after a positive body scan, one individual surrendered a 1.5-inch ceramic razor blade. At another occasion, after positive scan, a person surrendered a single edge razor. On another occasion, after positive scan, a person surrendered a piece of metal wrapped with a white cloth handle. So I'll stop there, but the list is continued. But the body scanner is an essential tool to our daily operation, and we have utilized it in the manner as prescribed. And I would just like to end by saying that it is a tool that has become a part of our security devices that is very much needed. Thank you, Bruno.
So just quick question, Chief Stokes. You said since we last spoke, 2 people went into that unit, and what were the total of days that each one spent?
The average amount of days is like 1 to 2 days, 1 day.
Could you describe it for, talk about each of them, please, Chief?
I'm sorry?
Just, there are only 2. Could you describe them separately, not the average?
Yeah, 1 day, perhaps a little over 1 day. So one young man, he was placed after a positive scan. And as a result of him being placed, he surrendered a piece of plastic wrapped in a white cloth. Then we had another individual who was placed, a young adult. He had a positive body scan, and as a result of his positive body scan, he was authorized to be placed in separation status. Upon engaging with this young man in our efforts to have him surrender the contraband, we found out that he had ingested an item. Once he was referred to medical, medical assisted us in referring the young man for an x-ray. Upon the young man being referred for x-ray and complying with that process, it was determined that the young man had swallowed a coin, which he actually admitted to after. Upon the department being advised that it was a coin that the young man had ingested, the young man was removed from separation status.
Okay, Chief. All I could say is, with the rise in population, the rise in violence, and the lack of staff, for you to say in just a few months that only 2 people were there for just days is phenomenal. It's don't know how you're doing it, but just keep on doing it. It seems to be an excellent tool. It seems like people just don't want to go in separation status, so they're giving you what you need. And the ones that really get to the point where they're not, then it's been only 1 day. Phenomenal, and just keep it up, because that's one of the things that are going to make you safe, keeping the weapons out of the jail as they come in, as people are coming in. And yeah, that's, to me, I can speak for myself, that is some real serious numbers and to just have two people in it for 1 day apiece, you know, and it's working. It's a good tool. You know, as much as, you know, to keep people locked in, you know, people don't want that. You know, unlike punitive segregation where they don't have a choice to come out. You know, once they give up what they have to give up, they're automatically out. So, you know, I don't consider it as a part of punitive. And, you know, I think it's excellent. Great job. Great work. Thank you.
I'd like to comment. I'm not familiar with the 1 day stay that you described. And I want to say, Chief, that I strongly endorse the availability of scanners. And I think they've been very helpful to the department. But as I've read the situation for the other person who was admitted on May 22nd, I believe, he was there for 69 hours. He wasn't there for a day.
I'm sorry, Bobby. Sorry for interrupting. So I was given an average stay of persons 1.4 days.
No, I asked specifically to have each of them described. So
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Well, one of them was there for 69 days. He did not receive, according to a review.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be rude and continue to disrupt. So let me restate what I stated. I may have spoke and didn't answer your question originally. When I said 1.4 days, I was speaking about the average amount of time that each person spends in separation status as an average. I'll speak specific to each person that was in separation status. Our data may differ a little bit by hours. I have one young man in for the May person for 56 hours in the unit. And the second person, which is an August incident, I have that person in for 43 hours from time of placement in separation status until release.
So that would be about 2.5 days, not 1.5 days.
That's correct. So maybe I spoke and didn't speak and answer directly to your question, but when I said 1.4 days, I was actually referring to the average amount of time overall.
Well, they spend more time than that. And this person who was in, as the board reported to us, 69 hours, did not receive an intake evaluation from medical or mental health. He was brought to mental health after on the second day of his separation status because he had tied a shirt around his head. He was returned to that's not true. This is information that I received from
okay
package.
Thank you for that information. With regards to that young man was shirtless, and upon the correction officers giving him the ability to go to the clinic, as I stated in my previous testimony, with regards to offering him the ability to speak to medical and comply with an x-ray. The young man put his shirt over his shoulder as somewhat of a shawl. And I did not receive any further information as regards to the young man having any issues as it pertains to his mental health status.
Well, I do, and he was seen by mental health on the 23rd, and that was the second day that he was there. He was then returned to the separation status area, and as you describe it, apparently he had an X-ray at that time. He was returned to separation status and released more than 24 hours later, 40 hours later, after he had. And without having another scan and directly to mental observation. My concerns are that that the medical and mental health review and the consultation with the person did not occur. There was actually also a delay in when he was admitted to the there was longer than he should have before he got in. and 69 hours within separation status after many hours after apparently your staff knew that he had swallowed a coin and was not posing a threat to anybody else, and additionally that he was discharged without having another scan or with offering anything up. So it describes a problematic process. Chief Stooks, I think that it's wonderful that you have it. I've always supported that you have it, but separation status is a very problematic area. The board it requires it requires the board to give variances to almost every one of its standards. And it's the most restrictive place on Rikers Island, and you almost never use it. And I think you should really reconsider the use of this kind of facility.
Dr. Cohen and Meg, can we just have a minute to discuss, and we'll circle back?
Yeah.
Of course, of course.
Hi, Dr. Cohen. I apologize for the delay on our end. We were discussing and confirming information that we believed was sent to the board, and we now confirm that it was. And I do just want to be clear that with regards to this specific individual that you mentioned who was in separation status, who had this shirt around his neck, we've confirmed that we did provide a corrected record. This individual, as Chief Stooks described, was not making a gesture with that shirt in any way that would have been self-harm related. And we've confirmed that. We've reviewed Genetech. And we also, I do want to just clarify the reason that this individual was not scanned a second time is speaking to we were able to determine that he swallowed.
It's a little hard for us to hear. Could you bring the microphone closer to you?
I apologize. I'm at the other end. I would like to know that we were able to confirm the reason that he did not have a scan the second time is because he was scanned in medical via X-ray, and we were able to confirm that he swallowed and that further the individual actually admitted and confirmed what he had inside of his person was a dime. And so we saw it on the scan in medical. We spoke to him. We understood that's what he had. So we didn't determine that it was necessary to subject him to further radiation. So I just wanted to explain why he was not scanned on his way out. But anyway, I just I'm always happy, certainly, to work with the board and explain information about why somebody's in separation status.
He was sent back to separation status after that mental health encounter, wasn't he?
I believe he may have been, but this is, I'm talking about the mental, sorry, not the mental health encounter, but the clinic encounter with the X-ray.
Does CHS have any comment about not providing intake medical and mental health evaluation?
Not at this time. I know that was information you had requested, so Meg has sent those notes to us, and we're conferring, and we'll follow up.
I requested it, and you don't have the information.
We've just received the request, so not at this moment.
I thought you had received it yesterday.
I believe it was at 11:30 last night, so we're working on it.
Felipe, would you like me to read conditions?
Yes, please.
Condition 1, all newly admitted people in custody shall receive a medical and mental health intake per minimum standard 304 prior to a body scan. The department shall place a person in separation status only if the person has a positive body scan or refuses to scan. Condition 3, the department shall house people in separation status 24 hours of positive scan or refusal to scan, absent extenuating circumstances, which shall be documented and communicated to the board in each instance. Notify CHS each person placed into and or released on the conclusion of each tour, each notification to pharmacy and mental health individual specific information. For people released from separation status, DOC shall provide CHS with the person's new housing location. CHS shall provide daily medical and health rounds to people housed in separation status and shall have the authority to determine if any person should be removed for clinical evaluation or treatment. D, institute one corrections officer to one person in custody observation of each person throughout placement in separation status and fully document such observation. E, provide opportunities for regular visiting and attorney visiting by a secure video conferencing system. F, the department shall consult with the Office of Court Administration on producing people in separation status to court and shall produce any person the court orders to be present. If the court requests that the person not be produced, the department shall, to the extent possible, enable the person to participate in his court proceedings through a secure video conferencing system. 4, when a person remains in separation status for 72 hours, the Chief of Department and Bureau Chief of Security and the GRBC Warden Committee shall meet to develop an individualized plan for moving the person out of separation status. The committee shall meet and develop a plan every 72 hours until the person is moved out of separation status. The department shall provide each written plan to the board within 1 business day of the committee's meeting. 5, upon request, loose leaf legal materials shall be provided to people in separation status. This shall include legal mail and law library requests. The department may institute limits on the number of loose leaf pages a person may have at any given time. 6, the department shall 1 hour per day of indoor recreation for people in separation status. Recreation will be provided on the housing unit in a closed space, but outside of the person's assigned cell. Recreation space shall include appropriate recreation equipment. 7, the department shall not report of confidential calls to attorneys, the Board of Correction, the Department of Investigation, or any other monitoring body. 8, signs shall be posted at intake to advise individuals in custody that they can make complaints about body scanners, body scanning to DOC's Office of Constituent and Grievance Services, or 311, and upon release from DOC custody, request the total accumulated radiation exposure from all body scans of that person conducted during the incarceration. 9, by the next business day of a person's placement in and release from separation status, the department shall provide the board access to all supporting documentation related to the person's placement and release. The department shall provide the board with a monthly public report on the implementation of separation status. Requirements for notification and report are outlined in Appendix A here too. 10, the department shall offer a daily opportunity to body scan to each person in separation status and document such offers. 11, the department shall provide access to newspapers and magazines. The department may limit the number of newspapers and magazines that a person may have in cell at any one time. All staff operating or supervising scanners shall have completed radiation safety and body scanner operations. All staff reviewing and approving separation status placements and removals shall have completed training on image evaluation. 13, upon placement, all people in separation status shall be provided with verbal and written information on how to access services. All restrictions to services while in the unit, the right to a daily scan, the potential risks of ingesting or secreting contraband, and the right to individualized counseling on those risks and an assessment by clinical staff in a clinical setting. This information shall be readily available in the separation status unit in both English and Spanish and any other language the department deems necessary. 14, the department shall provide access to media via phone calls. Media interviews via phone shall be scheduled via requirements of minimum standards 1 and DOC's media access policy. 15, if an untrained staff member uses a body scanner or reviews a body scan image in relation to admission to or discharge from separation status, the variance is withdrawn until the department demonstrates it has cured the problem. Those are the conditions.
Thank you, Meg. Is there any additional conditions that anyone wants to suggest? Any further comments from the Department of Corrections, Correctional Health Services? So we should move. Who wants to move this forward?
Lisa, you're asking for a motion to approve?
Motion to approve, yes.
What was the question?
Motion to move forward to approve.
If there is no motion, then it can't be considered and failed.
So Meg, we're not voting on this one?
Correct. No one has moved to approve. Okay, we can move on to the last. There's one last voting item, and that is to approve the minutes from the June 8th meeting.
Okay, will any board member move for a vote to approve the minutes of June 8th, 2021?
No move.
Second.
Second. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Bobby. Any edits, debate, comments? Okay, Let's go for a vote to approve the minutes of June 8th, 2021. Bobby?
Yes.
Jackie Sherman?
Approved.
Steve?
Support.
James?
Yes.
Myself, support. Thank you.
That concludes our voting items. We can now go to the department's update on rule implementation.
Thank you, Meg. Just want to open up by just framing what RMAS is and our plan to roll it out. RMAS is a two-pronged approach to dealing with significant incidences that cause injury to incarcerated people or to our officers. And what we built out is a model that provides immediate separation from the general population following an incident, intensive programming to try to get at the root causes of the behavior that caused the incident, and then giving people a way of really earning their way back into general population so that they know that their accountability is swift, but that there are built-in second chances to go back into population. That's one part of the process. The other part of the process is creating the conditions in our facilities so that people don't have to engage in the kind of behavior that leads to hurting individuals or hurting officers. And so you heard a little bit about that with our young adults. You are going to hear more about how we're working with mental observation and the way we're doing with punitive seg right now, the reviews to try to move people out of punitive seg. We know that punishment alone doesn't create safer jails and safety for people incarcerated or for people who work at the department. But we also know that to hold people accountable when they violate and harm somebody, but to do it in a way that also creates the conditions for people to feel safe and to people not to engage in that behavior. And so we are rolling out. We're rolling out an agency-wide approach to RMAS that includes RMAS services and creating the conditions so that people don't have to engage. Stephen's going to talk more specifically about the steps we've taken, the challenges we have, and our plan to move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Stanley. Good afternoon, member of the board, Stephen Kaiser, Director of Policy and Intergov. Happy to provide this update. And I want to echo Stanley's sentiment that the department's committed to rulemaking in its entirety as intended and in the spirit as well. These are substantive, wide ranging changes to department operations. And as such, they require substantial work to implement. And that is what we have been endeavoring over the past several months to position ourselves to achieve just that. From a policy standpoint, we know policies are the bedrock of any real project implementation. We can't expect our staff to know how to operate these units without understanding the policies. And so we have had a policy working group working very diligently on reforming our DOC policies. We've identified over 50 department policies, including directives, ops orders, reforms of policies that require revision or entirely new drafting fresh. So that drafting process is fully underway. We're hoping to share preliminary drafts with the board by the end of this month or early next month. And as a component of that work, we've also been operating an operational working group, and that working group consists of leadership and line-level staff from impacted facilities, as well as representatives from training and development, from the health affairs unit, from counseling and programming, the legal division, and from the security and health unit. The idea is that we need to rely on the use of that group to inform the policy so that it covers all aspects of the operation. And that feedback from those groups into the policies themselves, at which point training and development will be working with the facility to create training curriculums based on the policies. We're envisioning currently a 2-week training for staff, including uniform and non-uniform staff will be working units.
David, take coordinate with Lieutenant Alfred, because I don't want to be in the middle. Alfred.
Sorry, James, can you mute, please?
646.
Okay, just that training, we're envisioning a 2-week curriculum. It will include scenario walkthroughs, use of force policy refreshers, likely, obviously a detailed review of the RMAS and RRU policies and their related staff responsibilities. And the hope is that we'll also include other important modules on procedural justice concepts, conflict resolution and crisis intervention, information on young adult specific behavioral considerations, as well as team building for the uniform and non-uniform staff who will be working closely towards the success in those units. So in addition to that policy work and the training work that we'll be endeavoring to complete over the next few months, there are a number of operational considerations that we have been working simultaneously on a separate track. In relation to RMAS and RRU and the due process changes specifically, we have at this point identified hearing spaces in the facilities. We've initiated procurements to get video kiosks to facilitate timely disciplinary hearings with attorney representation as required by the rules. We've also identified multidisciplinary spaces in the facilities for multidisciplinary reviews within RMAS and RU that will include the person in custody as part of that review. We've identified housing areas for the RMAS and RU units. At this point, we have decided to use RNDC for young adult RRU specifically, so that young adults are closer to the programmatic resources at RNDC, including the Peace Center, and can more easily transition back to GP following RRU. We're also in the final stages of completing air conditioning installation in all of the expected RMAS units, as well as finalizing some cell door maintenance in those facilities as well. And then we're endeavoring to create more open day room concepts for RMAS level 2 units, which are more conducive to programming and engagement based on feedback from the board, staff, from people in those units and advocates as well. And likewise, we're pursuing modifications for a unit that will be used for RMAS level 1 to see if we can try to make the unit a little more congregate oriented and open for programming engagement as well. In addition to the RMAS and RRU operational work, we're also pursuing operational requirements for the non-RMAS related portions of the rule. For emergency lock-ins, we're making IT adjustments to our IRS data system that will track additional reasons for emergency lock-ins in line with the rule. That information will, of course, be available to the board in real time in the current pathways. And then in terms of isolation confinement, that section of the rule, we've identified some workflows. We're still finalizing those workflows. We've conducted IT walkthroughs, and we're developing plans that will implement a de-escalation confinement in lieu of the current use of injury areas as the rule envisions. In addition to this work, our communications plan is also in development, but it will include processes for communicating with staff, with people in custody, and as well as the public, including the board, on what these changes will consist of, as well as our progress in implementing the rule as this work continues. On a separate track, now we've also been working on the reporting and tracking components that need to be embedded within our operational workflows so that we are capturing data at each process. We are in the process of finalizing our reporting templates, of which there are approximately 20 plus new either plans or recurring public reports attached to this rule. So we are simultaneously positioning ourselves to be able to comply with those requirements when these rules come into effect. At this time, we've submitted an implementation plan to the board in early August as required, and we have submitted 2 monthly reports, which we will bolster moving forward to include more specific and direct information as this work continues. And then just lastly, in addition to this RMAS and rulemaking work, there are concrete actions that are already implemented as a component of this rule that we've done over the past 2+ months, and those include obviously the change to 7-day reviews in ESH for adults, which were spoken about earlier and occurred, I believe in July, and then the elimination of disciplinary fines, the infraction range, which has been replaced with a model where staff can instead impose a policy extending restriction to hygiene products only for up to 14 days for grade 1 violent infractions and 7 days for non-violent or grade 2 infractions. So a way to manage and create an incentive without imposing a monetary fine. And then as we spoke about earlier, in late August, we initiated the 15-day review process into unit segregation. As I said earlier, we're still working to fine tune that process. It's our hope that over time, more and more people and the rate at which people are leaving earlier from QSEG will continue to increase. And we are continuing to monitor that to ensure the reviews are being done correctly. And there is fidelity to that review system moving forward. Just to wrap up, obviously very happy to answer any questions on all of this work. I hope the update that we're taking this very seriously. We are moving as quickly as we can while being attentive to detail and deliberate, and we're also paying attention to the process here and being sure to include staff and impacted folks as well, so that we can make sure this is actually an operating system that works once it's implemented. So that's it for now. We'll continue to provide updates at future DSC meetings and in the monthly reports, and happy to answer any questions.
And I would just add one piece on the staff, and thank you, Stephen. As I said, we have about 62 positions posted right now. For the public, we encourage people to take a look at our postings. We need to hire up, and we need to get people trained. In addition to the 62 positions we're hiring, we need to have 38 posts for RMAS level 1, which is 154 positions, because we want to do RMAS right. We want to have staff officers, we want officers and non-uniform staff trained in the principles that Stephen laid out. We want to do this right. This is an opportunity to build a model that is based on accountability, managing and providing pathways for people to earn their way back, and we want to do it right. I just want to put that out there and encourage people to apply for the positions as well as the officer positions we need to have. 38 posts for level 1 and 64 posts for level 2.
Thank you, Stan.
Thank you very much.
Any questions? Comments? Something for the update. Meg, are we moving to COVID-19?
We are. Again, we have asked the department and CHS to provide an update on the response to the COVID-19 crisis. Like CHS and the department, we believe that vaccinations for all who are in the jails with people in custody and staff is essential to mitigating the effects of this emergency. However, we're concerned that the number of cases in the jails have been rising in recent weeks. Today, the board's presentation will focus on COVID cases in the jails, the jail population, and vaccination, as we've done the last couple of months. A longer presentation complete with key data points and trends on housing area capacity and testing will be posted on the board's website after this meeting. So as of September 7th, CHS reported a total of 538 people with confirmed COVID-19, that's both active and recovered. 61 of these patients had an active infection. As of September 7th, there were 353 COVID cases among CHS staff and 2,285 COVID cases among DOC staff. That's throughout the pandemic. In August, DOC reported 85 new staff cases, nearly 6 times the number of cases reported in July when there were 15 new cases. CHS reported 26 new staff cases in August, nearly 3 times the number of new cases reported in July when there were 9 new staff cases. As we talked about, the first phase of the COVID-19 pandemic prompted coordinated efforts to rapidly reduce the jail population. And by April 29th of 2020, the jail population fell to a historic low of 3,832. This trend slowly reversed for much of the latter part of the pandemic and reached a new high last month, peaking at 6,065 on August 29th, a 58% increase compared to April 29th, 2020. On September 7th, there were 6,057 people in jail. This includes 5,402 people in pretrial detention, 237 people serving a city sentence, 271 people held on technical parole violations with no open case, 147 people in custody for other reasons, including state sentence and state ready. And within these categories, there are 874 people age 50 and over, including 60 held solely on a technical parole violation. Turning to vaccination, on April 5th, 2021, CHS added vaccination metrics to its public data snapshots. In July, CHS made a change to its vaccination reporting. Prior to July 23rd, CHS reported the total number of patients ever in custody who received the first vaccination dose by CHS and the total number of patients ever in custody who completed vaccination by CHS. After July 23rd, CHS began reporting the total number of patients ever in custody who received at least one vaccination dose by CHS because patients in custody are increasingly receiving one dose of the 2-dose regimen from a source external to CHS. Between January 7th and September 7th, 2021, CHS has administered at least one vaccine dose to 3,771 people in custody. And CHS administered more vaccine doses to patients in late August as compared to early August. And finally, as of September 7th, 42% of the people in jail had received one vaccine dose and 37% of people in jail had completed vaccination. I will turn it over to DOC and CHS for their updates.
Sure, I can start. This is CHS, so thank you, Meg. So I can provide more updated numbers. So the current test positivity 7-day average is at 5.32%, and that is with 67 active infections in the jails currently. To move to patient vaccination, so our education, outreach, counseling, and vaccination efforts are ongoing. We continue to engage patients directly as well as through various communication methods. We also most recently started offering additional incentives to patients, including working with the department to provide the city incentive of $100 commissary credit for the first dose. And then we're also continuing the CHS specific credit of $25 to complete vaccination. So based on the current census in the jails, 42.1% of patients had received at least one dose. So that is with 5.7% partially vaccinated and 36.4% completely vaccinated. And since January 7th, when we began our vaccination efforts, CHS has vaccinated more than 3,785 patients. So I can turn it over to the department to provide additional updates.
Good afternoon. This is Deputy Commissioner Patricia Feeney. The department already discussed our vaccination efforts earlier in the meeting, and we're very happy to answer any questions that you may have.
anyone have any questions for either CHS or DOC? There are no questions, I think we can move on to public comment.
Meg, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know the city is requiring people to, working for city agencies to take the test, prove that they vaccinated. If not, then they have to take a test on a weekly basis. And if they refuse to take the test, or if they don't submit it to HR, they'll be docked and they'll be considered AWOL. And I know that's the last thing that we need is officers not being able to come to work because they haven't taken the test. What's the procedure that corrections is doing if an officer, because listening to that, 40-something% has been vaccinated in such a dangerous area, that's really alarming. That's almost unbelievable, because you would think working in that area, people would really want to take the test to protect themselves and their families. But I guess that's a personal decision. And with the information being out there, I can see why people would be scared. But with that being said, if an officer is not vaccinated and they do not take the test, are they allowed to come to work? Or what's the procedure and what are we doing with that?
Yeah. We're following the city's guidelines. So if they don't show proof of vaccine and they don't show the test, they cannot come to work. And that time is unpaid. Am I correct, Patricia?
Yes.
It's unpaid.
However, the department has made as possible to be tested. They can get tested right at GMDC.
Yeah.
We have an area in the Perry building where they can get tested. There's testing at the Vernon C. Bain Center. So the department has made it as easy as possible for staff to get tested. And vaccines are also available at GMDC.
And the vaccine center, I think I said this before you came on, James. The vaccine center is offering people in-home vaccinations. If you schedule the appointment, you can get vaccinations for yourself and your family in-home.
Right. All I'm saying is, like, I think something to consider, like, as we go on and people are like, well, I'm not getting vaccinated, I'm not getting tested, all right, you can't come to work. We can't lose one person, let alone a group of people who just say, well, I'm not going to follow that procedure. So I guess we'll see, because I'm sure it just started, but I would hate to, lose officers because they're not following the policy when we can't, when we're so short. That's just a thought, just to, have a plan B should that be an issue, because I know with, units, departments that are pretty well staffed, they can handle losing people and saying, no, you can't come to work today. But that's the last thing that we need, in my opinion.
So this is Patricia Feeney again. The department hasn't had an issue with staff turning in their testing. And if a staff member is delayed in submitting their test results, then Human Resources or H&D are going to reach out to them to encourage them to get their test and to send it in. So far that has not been an issue, and we don't anticipate it becoming one.
That's great news. Thank you.
Any more comments from the board, DOC? Meg, should we move to public comments?
I believe DOC has no further comments. This is Chief speaking.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, if there are no other questions or comments, we can move to public comments.
Okay, so we're now moving to public comments. Looking forward to hearing from everyone. And Meg, can you get into the mechanics, please?
Sure. Yep. So again, I have a list of speakers, and we'll call everyone's name. When you hear your name, please raise your hand using the hand icon below the participants list on your WebEx screen. If you don't see the participants list, click on the silhouette of a person on the menu at the bottom of your screen. Once you open the participants list, you should see the hand icon in order to raise your hand. When you raise your hand, we will unmute you and you will be able to turn on your video. You can then begin your public comments. I will tell you when it has been 3 minutes and we will move to the next speaker. Again, we welcome written comments. You can email written comments to boc@boc.nyc.gov or mail to 2 Lafayette Street, 12th floor, room 1221, New York, New York 1007. I will now call on our first speaker. Our first speaker is Benny Vasio. Is Benny here?
No, Benny's not here.
Okay. Our second speaker is Jennifer Parrish. Jennifer with us? Jennifer, I see you. Can you unmute? There you go. I'm not sure I can hear you. Adel, can you help on your end?
Sure. Jennifer, can you hear us?
She can hear us.
You're unmuted on our end. Is it possible it's the headset?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties. My name is Jennifer Parrish. I work at the Urban Justice Center Mental Health Project and a member of the Jails Action Coalition and the Halt Solitary campaign. It's deeply disturbing to me that this board is not taking responsibility for requiring the department to meet its minimum standards, including the standards related to health and mental health, and for the role that this board has had in allowing conditions in the jail to devolve to the point at which 10 people have died in custody this year. The minimum standards require a basic level of humane treatment for incarcerated people. It's clear that the department is violating these standards on an ongoing basis. The department requests variance for long-standing issues with their compliance, and these were discussed at great length. But what about violations of other critical standards, such as personal hygiene, access to recreation, and access to mental health services? The board should review its monitoring of these standards and issue a notice of noncompliance where it's warranted. How can this board not report on what it's doing to try to address the problems when they come to the attention of your monitoring staff? The board has abdicated its responsibility for protecting people in custody. The absence of the chair at this meeting and in previous meetings is emblematic of the lack of seriousness with which the board gives to its role. This board needs a chair who will make it their mission to prevent more deaths in the jails and ensure that the department has a plan for meeting the minimum standards. I know that she's not here and will probably never listen to the public comments from this meeting, but I hope each of you will use your power as board members to require the board staff to report on its monitoring, give you the information you need to identify noncompliance with your standards, and pressure the chair to treat the situation in the jails with the urgency that's required. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christopher Boyle. Oh, great.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We
Sorry.
can't see you if you have a camera on,
Hold
but
on.
we can hear you. There you go.
There we go. All right. My name is Christopher Boyle. I'm the Director of Data Research and Policy at New York County Defender Services, a public defender agency in existence for the last 24 years that represents approximately a fourth of the criminal cases in New York County. I've been a public defender for over 30 years, and part of my current position for the last 7 years has been leading a group of jail specialists that assist and monitor the jails, conditions for our clients who are incarcerated. Prior to the COVID epidemic, I would visit the jails on an average of once a week. The minute I was fully vaccinated in March of 2021, I returned to that schedule. In my career, which is approximately 30 years, I have never seen jail conditions this bad. I would include the time period in March through the summer of last year when COVID was at its height in the New York City jails. At least during that period, there was a recognition of the desperate nature of our collective crisis, and efforts were made by all to alleviate it. During that time period, the city jail population was reduced to approximately 3,500 from somewhere around 5,500. However, now the population of the city's jails is somewhere north of 6,000 inmates. Moreover, the collective cooperation we all experienced during pre-COVID is now non-existent. Here are just some examples of the present conditions that I observed over the last few months. A client of ours reported being housed in a dorm area with no officers watching the inmates. This was confirmed when I went to visit him, because when I went to the front area to go in to see him, an officer had told me that my client himself had answered the phone. And the officer thought it was kind of amusing because my client had answered the phone like he was an officer. He answered the phone like Smith, and the officer was like, I didn't recognize Smith, didn't have any idea who he was. And then it turned out that it was my client who said, yeah, I'll come down to the council area in a little bit, tell my lawyer on my way down. This officer at the front confirmed to me that there had not been anybody in the dorm area for over 8 days. We've had multiple reports of clients who have been attacked by other inmates because there was complete lack of supervision and oversight by dock officers. A client who had been requesting to be put in protective custody has still not been replaced in protective custody, despite the fact that I personally went to Rikers Island and had the client sign an affidavit asking to be placed in protective custody, and we forward that over to the Department of Corrections legal department, and he is still not in protective custody. A client of ours was found unfit to proceed because of a mental illness under a 730 exam. He had that exam in early August, somewhere around August 1st. By August 30th, I had gone to see why he still wasn't moved to a hospital. It turns out that the people at the jails didn't even have the order that he was found unfit. So this person languished where he was, an unfit mentally ill person, and no one even knew that he was supposed to be moved to a mental hospital. Emails from medical attention and suicide watch have gone unanswered for days. Emails that have transgender clients moved to appropriate units within the jails likewise go unanswered. One phone call we made requesting medical attention for a client at intake at OBCC was met with an officer telling us, quote, CHS representatives have just walked off the job and they don't know what's going to happen.
Thank you, Chris. I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up. But definitely submit your written testimony.
We will.
Thank
you.
Our next speaker is Roger Clark.
No, Roger Clark.
Okay, thanks, Adel. Our next speaker is Scott Peltwith. Scott, what's up?
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
There's really too much to say about the crisis, the horrific conditions, the loss of life, beyond heartbroken. And I know you all are for the loss of each individual whose life has been taken by the city's jails. There just are no words. People being locked alone in shower stalls with their own feces for hours or days. People not getting access to food or medical care, people being exposed to COVID, 10 fellow New Yorkers dying, what appear, all of them, to be preventable deaths. I appreciate everybody's words and intentions to try to address the deadly crisis. I truly believe that all of you who've been on are trying to do what you can, but it's just not enough, and so much more needs to be done. The city just can't keep holding people and sending people to jails that the chief medical officer, as well as members of this board, have highlighted pose a risk of death. It's just beyond unconscionable, and it can't go on. And everyone on here must do everything you possibly can to empty out the city jails immediately. Not one more person should be sent to the jails, and everyone in the jails should be released. We can't have a government that takes people and puts them in a place where they don't have any control over what happens and are facing the risk of death. And with all due respect to the commissioner, if he's able to get hundreds of people out, or even 60 people out, or even one person out today, I urge him to please do so. People are facing the risk of death, and the commissioner releasing people can help set an example for what needs to be done when this kind of crisis is happening, so that every person does what's in their power to do, including judges, DAs, the governor, the mayor, the city council. The commissioner needs to do what's in his power to do, and I hope everybody else will then follow and do what's in their power to do. I also have to echo comments made by others that the board needs to be doing more to investigate, make public what's happening, and to denounce what's happening in violation of the board's minimum standards. In this moment, board members and staff should be consistently in the jails and reporting out what is happening. And the board and DOC should be fully transparent and not continuing, as they tried this weekend, to hide and not even allow lawmakers who have a right to be in the jails to be there. The board should release to the public every death review for every single person who's died in custody this year and last year, and any and all other information you have about the people who have died. I know that you have information, and the public should see that information. We all should know about what units people were in, the circumstances that led up to people's deaths, and whatever other information you have about our fellow New Yorkers who were killed by the city jails. And similarly, the board and the department, I'll just wrap up then. I have more to say about what you need to be figuring out. How many people are in showers? How long have they been there? How many people are in suicide watch units without staff supervision? How long have they been there? What's the longest people are being locked in these conditions? This is beyond a crisis, and the city has killed New Yorkers with its jails, literally, and it cannot continue to do so. And the response, the comments, the actions have to match the level of this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Simone Spears.
Good afternoon. My name is Simone Spirig, and I'm the Jail Services Social Worker at Brooklyn Defender Services. For months, people in custody, loved ones, and advocates have been sounding the alarm on the crisis before us. People aren't getting their medication and can't access sick call. Just yesterday, medical staff told legislators that they're only seeing 10% of their caseload. New York City jails have always been a point of crisis, but this is beyond proportion with deadly consequences. Within jail services, we meet with people almost daily in the jails, hearing their pleas, which have turned to desperation. We reach out to DOC, BOC, and CHS, and prior to COVID, we got a response. It wasn't always a response we agreed on, but at the very least, your agencies followed up. Now we're lucky if we even get an acknowledgement email. In some of the most severe cases we're dealing with, we have been going straight to the top, straight to the chief of the department, and nothing. We've reached out to contacts within DOC for help on who is best to follow up, who is even in the jails who can help, and no one has an answer. Last week, we met with a woman with numerous health concerns and issues accessing care. One crucial hospital appointment had been rescheduled due to a lack of staff. While at the second rescheduled hospital appointment, she shared that one of the correctional officers rushed both her and the doctors through the appointment, saying that he worked a triple shift and needed to go home. Many of our video conferences have been canceled by DOC due to a lack of staff or alarms in the unit. Scheduled legal visits are flagrantly ignored and dismissed with no comprehension for the domino effect it can have on an individual's criminal case. A person I met with recently escorted himself to our visit, a 7-minute walk, because there was no staff available to bring him. He also reported that 2 people in his unit are currently on suicide watch, but there is only 1 correctional officer available to watch them. Due to the setup of the unit, it's physically impossible for this one officer to monitor both people at the same time. Perhaps the most horrifying experience I've heard comes from a person housed at OBCC. For days at a time, there are no officers on his unit. He has witnessed consistent violence and self-harm with no staff there to help. A man passed away through self-harm on the unit, and our client, Mr. B, had to clean up the blood. There has been an outbreak of lice on the unit for months, and correctional staff has refused to change the sheets or provide clean clothing. Mr. B shared, "It feels like I'm in a war. It is hard to sleep at night because I don't know if I am safe." The media has been reporting almost daily on the horrors of what's happening behind these walls, and we know that what we're hearing doesn't come close to what people are experiencing every day. Despite the coverage and the endless stories, the courts continue to send people without hesitation. Commissioner Ostraldi has spoken out and says he needs help. CHS wrote a letter to the city council saying New York City can't care for people in custody and is requesting help. We don't always agree at these meetings, but we can agree that if something isn't done, things will only get worse and more people will die. This city has already been put on notice. We call on all of you to keep the pressure, be transparent, push judges and DAs, work with defender offices whose attorneys are in court every single day fighting for release. We must work together. Otherwise, we fear the worst is ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosa Palmieri. Is Rosa with us?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. Trying to change. I can unmute Rosa, but I cannot make a panelist. System is not allowing me.
Rosa, can you hear us?
Oh, yes.
Great, we can hear you. If you wanna go ahead and start.
All right. Hi, my name is Rosa. I'm a legal worker. Whenever I attend a Board of Corrections meeting, it feels like we're discussing an alternate reality. The way that rules and variances are discussed simply isn't the reality of Rikers. Back during the pandemic, a public health emergency, we were talking about rolling back basic health protocols, discussing the difficulty accessing a hotline that folks inside could use to call health professionals. Why would we roll back basic health protocols when people need medical and mental health care more than ever? Why are we surprised that incarcerated folks can't access a phone when that has always been the case? And why are we pretending that if we make little rules here and there, that the DOC will actually implement these policies when they have proven time and again that they are incapable of that? We also discussed a variance that would make it more difficult for incarcerated people to access the law library, which was supposed to be a temporary variance. That happened again today, and the DOC is again calling it temporary. We know that the reality inside Rikers, that even without these variances, basic minimum standards are not met. Now we hear daily reports of feces all over the floor, heightened violence, fires, rats, pepper spray. These conditions are being confirmed by elected officials who visited the jail yesterday, and I encourage everyone to read State Assembly member Emily Gallagher's recent Twitter thread. People are dying, people are sick, and still we are discussing variances that we know will make things even worse. And when you vote yes on a variance with reservations, it shows how deeply out of touch this board is and how there's no institutional memory of even meetings that you had a few months ago where the DOC continues to fail to meet requirements that the board has set while it approves variances. I hope that you all will go above and beyond the question of variances. The Board of Corrections needs to push for radical decarceration, and I'm glad to hear that some steps are being made in that direction, and I hope that more will be made. And it needs to oppose any additional investments in the Department of Corrections. The city needs to move to decarcerate and invest in the health of communities. And the city needs to close Rikers without building new jails because architecture can't fix this problem. And the city needs to create jobs that are life-giving rather than inherently of the workforce off the job and with questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Meg, I'd just like to say something. I'm going to have to leave the meeting right now. I apologize for everybody who I have not yet heard. I promise that I will listen to your testimony, and more importantly, I will work. I think the board should be publishing every report that it has. The board should every time that the board staff go to Rikers Island or to the VCBC, that they should be publishing a report on what they find, and that should continue until this crisis ends. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Grace Price.
Grace Price from Close Rosie's. Just making sure you can hear me.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Aside from the tremendous obstacles I had today just joining this meeting, my intention is to bring the BOC down memory lane. Back in the 1970s, New York City jails encountered a period of dark rioting in Kew Gardens, in the federal jail in Manhattan, in Brooklyn, in Queens. There were a number of hearings led by Judge Lasseter of the Southern District and by John Dunn, who led the Corrections Commission in the New York State Senate at the time. The result of a decade's worth of rioting and a decade's worth of Southern District and State Senate hearings on what was going on in the city jails, the mayor decided that the best course of action to shore up danger in our jails was to change the BOC charter and to give more power to the judiciary and to the city council in directing the DOC charter. In 1977, the mayor selected, the BOC charter was changed, and the mayor selected only 3, and the board became a more independent and aggressive board, which is what we need today. Unfortunately, when Mayor de Blasio took over office, he changed the appointment practices of the board. You've heard me speak about this again, but I want to impress on every member of the board that you need to exercise your autonomy at this point. Just because you have been appointed by the mayor does not mean that you do not have autonomy. Many different mayors have taken various approaches to the Board of Correction. For example, Rudolph Giuliani tried repeatedly to abolish the board. After the riots, the board was revived and Vanden Heuvel was appointed chair. And the mayor tolerated, indeed welcomed the board as an activist foil to the department, a move that led to the retirement of an incumbent correction commissioner. It was clear that allowing the mayor to appoint and thus control both the watchdog and the watched made little sense. At this point, Mayor de Blasio has reassumed control over at least 6 appointments on the board. He's done this in a number of different ways, but I think the most insidious is inserting himself in the first and second judicial department's decisions to make their appointments. Previous mayors allowed those judges to make their appointments and then submit the name to the mayor, who was only named as a co-appointee because judges are barred by New York state law from making political appointments. So even though the judges by New York City charter make the selection, the mayor himself has to make the administrative appointment, even though he's not supposed to have selection.
Can I ask you to submit your written testimony?
I'll be very clear in my written testimony, but I want the board very carefully to think hard and do some soul searching about the independence that you need to be exercising at this point in history. Let's not repeat the riots of the 1970s. Thank you for giving me a couple extra seconds.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daisy Fernandez.
Don't believe Daisy Fernandez is on.
Okay, thank you. Then our next speaker is Roddy Richardson. Is Roddy available with us?
Good afternoon. My name is Marty Richardson. I'm a 23-year veteran of the New York City Department of Corrections. I want to echo a lot of the sentiments from the activists and the board as far as the conditions of Rikers Island. With a lot of that, in my 23 years, I've never seen the conditions deteriorate in the manner that it did. And a lot of that, in my experience, is a lot of policies that limited security and safety for staff, individuals incarcerated, and all civilians alike. I've watched the department go from a place that we were able to get individuals incarcerated to their court dates, provide medical programming and all of that stuff that's being asked for now, to a point where they changed the policy and the procedures, and that they inhibited our ability to secure and maintain a safe facility for everybody involved. So with that being said, punitive segregation in some regards need to come back, because there's a lot of individuals that manipulate the system and create a danger and hazard to the safety of the individuals who just want to go to court, get their day heard, and go home or serve their time as it sees fit by a judge. So with that being said, with the staff being out sick or hurt, that comes due to staff being attacked and assaulted by these individuals who have weapons on them at all times. The civilian population could tell the same story as far as inmates walking around with weapons. The DOC not administrating searches like they used to limit contraband in the facilities. Use of limiting tools like the body scanner, which is a great tool, which is manipulated because of policies and oversights where people are not feeling safe anymore. So I think, and I believe in my experience, that we got to bring back some of the security standards in order for us to run the programs that help and assist with the incarcerated people, the young adults and so forth, like the activists and everybody wants so vehemently. All right, that's all I have to say about that. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Minister Dr. Victoria Phillips. See?
Give me 1 second. I do not have her listed as active right now. Do you want to go to the next speaker?
Sure. The next speaker is Vinu Mishra. Apologies if I butchered that.
One second. Go.
Can you hear us? Vinu, can you hear us? Although we might be having sound trouble.
Hey, Meg, this is James. You should try to reach out to Dr. Victoria Phillips, before we end it, because it's very rare for her not to end off the meeting. Yeah. It's like the last few that.
Yep. Thank you.
Vinu Mishra, you're unmuted right now. Do you have headphones? I see you're calling from a phone. Do you have headphones plugged in? It's possible that that's causing the issue.
Oh, no, I don't have headphones plugged in.
Oh, we can hear you. We can hear you. Great.
Yeah, great. How many minutes do we get?
Go ahead. Sorry?
How much time do we get?
3 minutes.
Okay. I am calling on behalf of a variety of people and communities who have been following the situation in Rikers for the last year. I was part of a group advocating to have people released during the height of COVID. At the height of COVID, the number of people released from Rikers were reduced the numbers down to about 3,000. Or at least under 4,000. And I feel like we can get that back to that number again and then continue decarcerating from there. The reports from Rikers in the last week and in the last couple of months have shown that corrections officers and new jails and new cops are not going to be capable of taking care of the solution. And right now, the only solutions that are being levied by Mayor de Blasio, by the governor, by the DAs, focus on incarcerating and not decarcerating. And while I support all of the calls for decarceration, I think we need to go beyond decarceration and really have a plan for shutting down Rikers. 2 years ago, when actually almost 3 years ago, when the city council voted to build a new borough-based jails, they claimed that they had shut down Rikers and they were the city council that was going to shut down Rikers. But as it happens, as these deaths are showing us, the Rikers isn't closed, it's worse than ever. And corrections officers aren't going to be the ones to solve that problem. So I support the demands that say immediate releases from Rikers in the thousands, prosecutors arresting and sentencing less people, setting lower bails, and also immediate provisioning of care. I think that the Board of Corrections is just as responsible for what's happening inside the jails as any other office. And I also do not trust the Department of Corrections to be able to take care of the situation to the level it's gotten. They're not prepared for the abject kind of like loss of life that's happening and the abject conditions, the way that people are ready to self-harm. They're not prepared for that. And instead of focusing on how we can build more jails, how we can direct funding towards those jails, how we can have better COs or training, how we can have better cops, we need to be focusing on releases. Thank you.
Thank you. Otto, any luck on Missy, or should I go to the next?
No luck yet. We should go to the next speaker.
Okay. Our next speaker is Kayla Simpson.
Hello again, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
All right. Again, I'm Kayla Simpson, a staff attorney at the Prisoners' Rights Project, the Legal Aid Society. And we didn't register for this general public comment today to tell you that conditions in the city jails are catastrophic. I know you've heard it today. No doubt you've read the special reports and recommendations from the Nunez Monitor and Dr. McDonald's letter from Friday, all telling you the same thing, that the department cannot safely manage the jails, that people are fighting over food and water, forced to stand and sleep in feces, engaging in self-harm, unable to access medical care, on their own during suicide watch, delays to 911 and EMS calls. We know that just this year, 10 people have died. And I know that's not news to you because we talked about it at the beginning of the meeting. And we all know that it is indefensible and that it cannot continue. So I want to focus my comments today now on what we respectfully request that the board does in response. First, board staff must be a prolific, regular presence in the jails. At a time when the system cannot function, when I just had a video conference canceled last night because of a fire at AMKC, when people miss even virtual court and parole dates, and when they cannot talk to loved ones on the phone, you, the board, and your staff are the crucial links between the inside and the outside of those walls, and we need you there. We need you in every facility. If the board lacks the necessary staff, because we know what COVID did to a lot of the city budgets, we will all continue to push the city to adequately resource this body so that it can perform its charter-granted oversight function. Because we not only need you in the jails, as Dr. Cohen said, we need you to push out information to the public. We rely on you desperately to be credible eyes and ears within those cages. If COVID and the current crisis have reinforced anything, it's how little decision makers value and credit the voices of our clients and when we relay them. And right now, you can report on staffing levels by facility. You can tell us the conditions you observe in person or over Genetech video. You can get and provide more real-time information about access to medical and mental health services, because the quarterly CHS reports, while immensely helpful, are simply too delayed to give us a picture of what our clients face now. And finally, please, we ask that you act on the atrocities that you and board staff observe. Issue notices of violation. Continue to make public statements like the one you made on September 1st, and make them strong. We ask each board member to persistently seek meetings with city decision makers, judges, DAs, not just once, but over and over and over again. We must create public records of the inhumane conditions that occur and reinforce them behind closed doors, because the people with the power to reduce the pretrial population, judges, DAs, they are not listening. While elected officials toured Rikers yesterday and emerged visibly shaken, angry, and in tears, a prosecutor in Brooklyn sought bail on every bail-eligible case, and the judge on the bench granted it and sent more people to a place that cannot keep them alive. There is a fundamental disconnect between the realities of the jails, the people who are sending more human beings there, and an active, publicly vocal board is essential to the effort to prevent the city from turning a blind eye. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shaki Antoine.
Shaki Antoine, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me and see me?
Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Asaki Antoine, the first citywide trustee of the Corrections Officers Benevolent Association. I am also a correction officer. As you all are aware, the current climate in the jail facilities have become increasingly dangerous day by day for correction officers, medical staff, and inmates. COBA President Benny Basio and I have been sounding the alarm for months and have been forwarding many grievances to you for abatement. You all bear some of the responsibility for the destruction of the Department of Corrections. You have not formally addressed any of the grievances we have submitted to you on record concerning the safety and security of the jails, and most importantly, the inhumane treatment of correction officers regarding officers working quadruple and triple tours without meal breaks. In addition to numerous broken eye sockets and noses resulting from officers just doing their jobs. BOC, as the oversight entity, regaining security and safety in the facilities for everyone should be your priority, not just inmates, everyone working in the facility. A revisit and revision of the current rules concerning the elimination of infraction surcharge is needed. Notice of infractions are generated, adjudicated, however, there is no penalty or swift accountability. Currently, commissary restriction policy has been implemented, replaced with the infraction surcharge. Although this practice may appeal to some, it is not practical. There is nothing in writing or in place that deters an inmate who has disobeyed the facility rules, who is on a commissary list, from shopping. They can shop from their house from their housemate, or they can actually bully another inmate to give them commissary. It empowers the inmate to repeat misbehaviors. Without structure or rules, lawlessness will continue. There has been an alarming increase regarding inmates blocking the Genetech video cameras to commit violent crimes against correctional officers, other inmates, and clinical staff. Currently, there is no swift accountability rendered for the inmates who band together to commit these senseless acts of violence. Few inmates are rearrested, and when they are, they also return back to the housing area to repeat the same crime they were rearrested for. Implement a charge for blocking the cameras as well as a surcharge. In essence, the inmates are obstructing governmental investigations, and this should fall under destruction or manipulation of city property. As the state legislators witnessed for themselves yesterday, inmates are brandishing weapons on and off Genetech video, which has made it very hard to maintain order in the jails. More inter-facility and return of tactical searches island-wide is needed. Less weapons and drugs in the jails equals a more safer environment for everyone. In closing, as a woman and part of 60% of the women working in corrections department, I'm embarrassed, disgusted, and appalled that none of you have taken the sexual assaults, inmates groping female officers and clinical staff, touching their breast and their vagina routinely serious. This is happening to us too. I repeat, this is happening to us too. We all have a moral obligation to do the right thing. And at the end of the day, this should not be one-sided. What's happening in the jails right now to correction officers is a disgrace. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Irene Sedano.
I had to rush it. I didn't want her to cut me off.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Irene Sedano, a jail services advocate at Brooklyn Defender Services. I meet people incarcerated in New York City jails daily and advocate for their welfare and basic human rights. Rikers Island has always been dysfunctional and a torturous place, but within the last year, conditions have been worse than ever before. The following are stories of my most recent visits with people in custody, but they're indicative of so many people across New York City jails going through the same thing. Last month, a client's father called. His son, who we'll call Mr. A, was held in intake for days without access to food. I tried to visit him at OBCC, and after waiting 6 hours, DOC said they could not locate him in the facility and advised me to return another day. A week later, Mr. A was pepper sprayed and thrown into a shower cell at OBCC for 4 days. He slept on the floor of a tiny cell covered in feces and rodents. There was no bed, toilet, or working water. A CO slid him a used food tray through the cell slot and told him to use it as a toilet. His skin still burning from the spray. The following week, I met with a man at OBCC. He had just spent 6 days in intake, in a cell with about 40 other people, sleeping on the floor, covered in feces, without access to showers, phones, and his only meal was cereal once a day. He was denied access to his methadone for 6 days. His body was in crippling pain as he went through withdrawal. The following day, I received an email from CHS. A young man I've been working with for years attempted suicide the night before and was unresponsive in the ICU. He is diagnosed with schizophrenia, and his entire team at BDS had been advocating for him, including to this board, to receive a higher level of care for months. Same week, I met with a young person at RNDC. His cell door was broken, allowing people to force their way into his cell repeatedly to slash and attack him. He's requested safety transfers multiple times, but staff never follow up. There are barely ever COs monitoring the unit. It's a free-for-all here, he said. Our office sends urgent requests to the chief of the department and no response while this person is continuously assaulted. Last month, I was at AMKC and a man asked me, "Man, do you have a dog?" "No, why?" I said. "Have you ever had a dog?" he asked. "I did once when I was younger," I said. "And how often did you walk your dog?" he responded. Once he said that, I immediately knew where the conversation was going. "I hadn't had a recreation or been outside for air in over 3 months," he said. "Please help us. I'm going crazy." Last week, I received a phone call from one person in custody. He's asthmatic and could barely breathe. He'd been throwing up all morning. He tested positive for COVID 3 days prior and was sent back to his dorm at OBCC with no mask or medication. He was crying and said he was scared he'd die. Same week, I received a call from a client with a broken tooth. He could barely eat or brush his teeth. He said he'd been scheduled for a dental appointment for months and DOC never produces him. "I'm in so much pain," he said. "I'm going to just rip my tooth out right now." And he hung up the phone. These stories highlight just a small fraction of all the issues across the New York City jails. We must work together to address this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay.
Adel, business leave with us back? Is she back?
Unfortunately, no, I'm not seeing her profile.
Okay. Okay. We say that concludes our public comment. I think the only thing left to do is adjourn. And our next scheduled meeting is October 19th, 2021 at 9 a.m. I believe that this meeting will be virtual again, and we will provide meeting details on our website and send notice to interested parties.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Care. See you,
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, goodbye, everyone.